All right. First things first, I'm going to apologize ahead of time. My voice probably sounds terrible. We didn't even play last week because I was sick and my voice was completely gone. I sounded like I was going through puberty again. Nobody needs to hear that. It was horrible.
You always sound like you're going through puberty.
Yeah, that's every week.
Thanks, guys.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
That was mean. I'm so sorry, Jordy.
it's fine.
I'm not. It's tough love.
At this point, it's just a bunch of coughing, though. So if I have to mute up occasionally, my apologies. David's not here yet, but he is on his way. So we will get started without him and then pick up with his stuff, which is fine because we're just doing downtime stuff right now anyway. So time is all wibbly wobbly. Who knows when these things are happening? It's just all kind of mashed together, all for the end of the semester. So to set the scene for us, you guys have almost exactly 2 months until like the end of school, like graduation, finals, all of that stuff. So you guys just got back from Stonewall. You visited Arista. You used your returning stones to get back to school. I will ask, in like the immediate days after you guys return, does anyone start with any immediate downtime stuff? Because after this, it's mostly just school.
I think Lucia's just going to start looking for calligraphy jobs, trying to make some money off that. Just for a couple of weeks.
Calligraphy, bro.
Glad the sunny up.
I am.
Fancy.
Well, that's
So,
like, what calligraphy stuff do you do? Out of curiosity. So I'm copying like text and stuff like that for people. If they want like a Bible or something redone, I can do that.
He just ends up making signs for stores.
Actually, in Ilium, there is a printing press. They don't have any like machines to copy the printing, but they do hire calligraphers out of there. This place has a lot of history with Ilium. It's like one of the biggest organizations there. It's like this massive company. So if you want to, you could get set up with like copying text and stuff for them into books. Or because you are a wizard, it might pay a little bit more, but you could copy scrolls for them to sell.
The more money I can get, the better.
Sweet. So I'm going to say, that following weekend that you guys have, no mission. It's just a nice little 3-day break that you guys don't have to do anything in. You take a trip to Ilium looking for jobs. You stumble upon Darleth Press is what it's called, Darileth. And you meet with a man named Kenrick Darleth, obviously is his name. And he, tests you out a little bit. You sit down in his office. You show him, that you know how to work with enchanted ink, enchanted paper, stuff like that for scrolls. And he hires you on the spot. And he's like, here's what we'll do. We'll send you a couple of scrolls every week that we want like mass copies of, and we'll pay you per scroll that you send back. The more complicated ones pay more, obviously, but it's kind of just a at order sort of thing. So it wishes and washes. It goes back and forth.
That's good.
But so long as you have downtime, you could do that. So you get signed up for that for sure.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
I'm also going to Ilium. We're all going to Ilium.
Why?
Why?
I'm going to Ilium. You're going to Ilium.
Bring your share rules.
Ava, please tell us what you're going to Ilium for.
Do I have to?
I mean, if I'm going to...
know.
Well, I am going to feign ignorance right now.
What do you mean?
If it doesn't happen on stream, it's not canon.
All right, fine. She's going to make money by dancing. That sounds weird. Not that I should know. That sounds weird. Performing.
I knew it.
Okay.
Performing.
I have a question for you, Ava. Is this we're kind of keeping it a secret because it's a little...
yeah, I don't want them to know that yet.
Oh, I don't know. I know you're keeping it a secret. I'm asking, why are you keeping it a secret? Is this spicy dancing situation, or is this just like a, hey, I'm trained in dance, I'm going to see if I can't join like a troupe and perform?
Oh, no, it's a solo thing. It's definitely it's probably it's not like real dancing. It's not like that. It's not like that.
I don't think Lucian will go to those clubs anyway, so that's this one.
But that's just a side of her that they haven't seen yet, and she's never said anything about it. And it's kind of something she's just keeping to herself unless one of them find out somehow.
All right. Well, with that, you go to Ilium and you find another different organization. There is a sort of dance crew called the Dancing Dolls, is what they're called. And they're called that because every time they perform, it's like super crazy. I'm talking Chapel Roan style makeup and like the full getup.
Basically.
It's like a ballet-esque performing theater situation. You go there. There are no solo acts, but there are some like small group ones that are less theater, more dance. If you want to sign up for those, and you can make a little bit of money.
She's gonna do whatever she can to make money. So yeah.
For sure. All right. Anybody else? Otherwise, I have stuff for y'all to get to.
Did my trip to Card Spy happen before this, or was that happening?
I'll say that happens like the first weekend back. So you go to Ilium, you come back, and then I'll go ahead and summarize what happens. But if you guys want to see this, I need to still post this one. But all of those little mini sessions happened on YouTube exclusively. But Lucian and Marcel take a trip to Valen Run one weekend at the request of Iso Mifi Baron. You guys get sent to Cloudspire, which is the central big, both symbolic and literal, like pinnacle of Valen Run's giant mage society. It is a huge, I think it has 27 stories. It's a big pillar style library that is only accessible to mages. It's technically open to the public, even though Valen Run at its upper levels is exclusively high elves. Lucian and Marcel get around that by using the fly spell and flying up to the top where the entrance is. And then as you go down the levels, you have to be able to use higher level magic to get to the different levels. So you guys get through, I think the first, was it like 4 or 5? It was something like that. But each subsequent area, like 2 or 3 floors at a time, you have to cast a cantrip to get in, a first level spell to get to layers, 3 and 4, second level spell to get to 5 and 6, so on, so on. So you guys got through like the first, I think you could cast 3rd level spells, and with Marcel having Jacques, you guys actually got down to the 4th level area. So that's probably like the first almost 10 floors. You go and you collect some books for Professor Barron about rituals on restoring magic and like reversing weird curses like this. And weirdly enough, a lot of them were translation guides and a journal that you ended up finding. So you go get those translation guides. It's like 5 different books. While you're there, you do see that Cloudspire has a ton of like spells stored here that aren't necessarily released to the public because they're very high and mighty with their magic. But that whole adventure happens over the first weekend. So you help Baron get all the materials he needs. Excuse me. And he is prepping up to perform this ritual with some upper level students.
I know right when we get back, I'd probably try to find a way to get the sending spell to one to Balgaroth and one to Arthur and Fira. So I might ask Lucian.
Yeah,
Also, if he does that, but
only if we're not getting into combat or dangerous situations, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Lucian, you could send one to Balgaroth, but not knowing Arthur or Fira, it's going to be...
Yeah.
You would have to make a scroll for it, and you could spend some of your time during the week doing that. I don't see any issue with that.
You could do that.
Yep. Zach, what do you want Lucian to send to Balgaroth, and then we'll figure out the Arthur and Fira situation?
Do you want me to give an exact thing, or can I just summarize in less than 20?
You can summarize.
It's got to be 25 words or less.
It's got to be able
Yeah,
to be 25 words or less, but yeah, you can summarize.
Basically, like, what happened? Where's he at? Does he need help? Those are like, where should I go? I think that's less than 20 words.
Yeah, I mean that could easily be a super short, quick message. So Lucian, you drop Rosari's name in that and you send it out.
Mhm.
Cool. Lucian, you wait for a response and you actually don't get one. If you want to start crafting that scroll to like give him a scroll of sending, I will let you know that it's going to cost you 25 gold pieces. Someone in here. But
I'll pay for it.
yeah, in about a week, just over a week, you craft a scroll of sending and you give it to Rosari's, and you can send one to either Arthur or Fira.
Oh, it's going to Fira because I want a response. Again, that one would be Zarenza unsafe. Uncle Marin. What's the town that we went to just south of us?
Brookley?
Yeah.
Yep.
Uncle Marin and Brookley come here if need be. Have you found Arthur's parents yet?
Word. You do get a response from Fira. She very casually responds back, no worries, all safe. They say, I'm going to let this be decided by the dot. They say that they are currently in Aorsha. They don't know the name of the city, or they just don't tell you, but they're like, safe in Aorsha. Forest is dangerous, but city is fine. Please stay safe. Keep us updated. In the meantime, Lucian, you never get a response from Balgaroth, but Rosari's, you do get a message from Elsina. You get a sending spell. She sends you, and I'll read this one off exact because I have it prepared. She says, give my thanks to Lucian. We are alive. Grey Run was a disaster, currently in hiding. We have plans, but they are secret. Not your fault. And if you will, please give me an insight check.
Another thing I am canonically really good at.
Really good at, specifically when it comes to Ava.
Hey, that's a nat 20. I thought it was a nat 2.
You love to see it.
Hey, Shorty, haven't been able to say this in a while. Shut up.
All right, thanks.
I'm kidding. Actually, in this instance, talk a lot.
I mean, Rosari's knows Balgaroth really well. The fact that he didn't respond to Lucian's sending, but that he is okay, tells you one thing and one thing alone. He doesn't want to involve you anymore. He did not respond because he is kind of... I'm going to let you choose which interpretation Rosari's gets, but it's one of two things. It's either one, he thinks this is too dangerous for you, and he told you before, you're a child, I want you to go, like, live your life and not feel like you have to fight for us. Or two, that you messed up really bad by bringing other people here, and it directly led to the downfall of the Order's hideout.
I think I already think the second way, so this is going to be, like, reinforcing the I'm not good enough to be part of the Order, which is sort of what he's been thinking the whole time. I guess in responding to that is tell Balgaroth I'm sorry. You know what? I'm going to mess with him. I met his brother. Leo may be unsafe, but I'll watch over him. But yeah.
You do not get another message from Elsina for a while. And again, on a nat 20 insight, I'll just go ahead and kind of tell you, you think that this is because Balgaroth doesn't want you involved anymore because you messed up and that you're not, like, fit for the Order. You're directly contradicting, like, his ideals. Elsina is kind of like trying to fill you in And you're able to tell Elsina probably is like just barely able to cast the spell, kind of like how Lucian learned it a couple months ago. So she can't send it very often. She's updating you, but she has dozens, if not hundreds of other people's to update as well. So you're not going to hear back for a while, but you do feel confident that she received the message. She got it. And you might get another one by the end of the semester. Who knows?
I'm not counting on it.
Fair. All right. Lucian, after you go on your little mission with Marcel, Marcel is kind of spotty at the school. He comes back occasionally to like do a couple of assignments and make sure that he finishes out like the year. But he's spending most of his time back home with his family. You guys barely see him at all. I'm going to even say that he comes to you guys at one point and basically like apologizes and says like, you know, I would love to continue to adventure with you guys. I can't go on any more missions. Like, I need to stay close to my family. I'm barely able to be at the school as it is. I guess.
It's a great run going down.
Yeah, he's his whole family is like on the fritz, and you can tell that he is on edge more than usual. Like the way that you saw him at home is even different than this. This is the mask is kind of gone. He's no longer super happy and cheerful. He's still a positive guy and fun, but you can tell he's like stressed about it. So he spends most of his time back home. But Lucian, Baron updates you after a week or two, and he lets you know that with the assistance of some other wizard students, namely Cilia, Zeroleth, and Galadir, he performed this ritual, and he is back in action. He has his magic back. As a matter of fact, he's probably going to talk to all of you at some point, but when you guys go and see him again, he's not fully like physically recovered, but you can tell that he has his spark back. He was very out of it while he didn't have magic. It seems like he's very connected to being able to cast magic, and not being able to do that was kind of like very disappointing for him. Like he spent his whole life working up to be able to do this, and to have it taken away and unable to be done, probably very, very heavy. So he is happy again, but you can still see like the bags under his eyes, extra wrinkles on his very old skin. But he is back casting magic, teaching classes, and happy.
Yeah.
Another thing that I'm going to throw out there before we get too far is another warlock professor gets hired. And the name is kind of familiar to a lot of you.
Can I insight check it immediately? I don't trust
Go for it. I'm going to go ahead and let you know the name. She is Professor Winter Alistrad. She is the mother of some of the students here at Ura Lumis, specifically one of the other princes of Valenrun. Marcel has gone back to Terra's Weight, but one of the other cities, Riverhold, she is from the royal family there. So she comes in, and she is basically like filling in the position. Her son's about to graduate. Her other one's a first year. So she's here. And Rosarius, what'd you get on that insight check?
I got a 17. You don't.
A 17. You get the vibe that, like some of the other professors, she is like strict and like a no bullshit professor, but you don't think she's evil. You think she is just, you know, a professor who is here to like do a job. Nothing too terrible.
It's still a warlock, but
I still don't trust warlock professors.
yeah, that's
Are all of the princes warlocks?
No, but the fact that two of them are is kind of weird.
Yeah, I'd admit. I'd
There's
have
3, right?
Yeah,
Marcel and then Leah. That's kind of weird.
There's Marcel.
It's never.
Yeah, John Luke is the other one, but the Alistrad brothers.
Oh, okay, John.
John Luke's a paladin. He's
All right.
fine.
John Luke's not. Okay.
And it's
All right. That was Halloween.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of
Well,
overlap.
3.
Okay. With that being said, Barry gets his magic back. We got the new warlock professor. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. The rest of the semester starts kind of like billowing through. I know there's a couple of different leads that I'll go ahead and toss out there, and you guys can choose how you want to chase them. Lucian, while you were at Cloudspire getting all of these translation books for Professor Baron, because although you guys have translation books here at Ura Lumis, these are much, much older. These are like way older dialects that Ura Lumis just like doesn't have. Cloudspire is very picky with who gets their information. As a matter of fact, you can't take any of the material out of Cloudspire, despite the fact that it's a library. You copy them all down. You also find that journal that like stuck out to you. In the meantime, you could follow that. Ava, we got a couple of like deception rolls that need to be had about this secret little, tussling.
Oh, you.
Let's see, Rosaries, I know you're planning on crafting a lot of stuff over the downtime, and as a matter of fact, Tarada is even going to talk to you at some point. Athera, you're researching a spell with one of your professors. You're like, I need to find a spell that's capable of, talking over long distances that isn't sending because I can't use that. And Gwen, you just recently got that dragon scale from Laisha Wren.
I want to talk to B.
Yeah.
You know what? I have some beef with her too. I don't want to be called a punching bag. Can you tell her for me?
You know what?
Worse things worse than not being.
You guys go. I'm going to say both of you go talk to Beatrice.
Okay. Sure.
There's a
get
day.
punched in the face. I don't want to be here.
Rosaries,
you
you have a training planned with Beatrice. Gwen decides to tag along one of these times. You guys show up. She's there stretching, getting ready. She's got her like training armor on. She's got a great sword, right beside her. She waves at you guys as you approach.
So what's it like being a punching bag, Rosaries?
I doubt. I'm kidding. It doesn't feel.
That was a crazy threat, just say.
Apparently, my threatening doesn't matter because I'm just a punching bag.
I'm going to tell B what she just told me.
What she just told me? What?
No, you threatened me into being
She's
a punching
gonna-
bag, didn't
I'm
you?
gonna go to the nurse either way. So what? Go ahead.
All right, I'm messing with you. I didn't say anything.
I mean, I'm still sad, but it's fine.
Hey B,
Hi, Gwen. How's it going?
good.
Are you here to watch Rosaries get his ass kicked again?
Yeah, but I also had something I wanted to, talk to you about.
Mhm.
We all visited your village,
Yeah.
and we met your mum.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, she must have liked you. You're still walking.
yeah. We saved her actually, because it was being attacked by weird bug things that were hot. I've seen them before. Don't remember what they're called, but you probably know what I'm talking
Big
about.
Centipede-looking blue.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those.
Remorazes. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're nasty little buggers. You saved her? Are you sure about that one?
Well, I said we. I mean, I like healed her and helped her up off the ground.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah. But I went there because, you remember me talking about like, Dragonborn magic and stuff, probably, maybe. So that's what I went there for. I thought you were going to be there. You weren't. But you probably didn't have a stone to get back to the school, so that's fair.
Yeah, no, I just...
Yeah. But your mum gave me one of her scales. I don't know if that's weird or not to you.
It's not like super weird, but that probably hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like it kind of hurt a bit.
It's like she
I kind of feel bad about it.
skin and
Yeah.
okay. Sure.
Here he is. I'm going to show it to her.
Well, I mean, if you're doing it for some ritual, be my guest. You can keep it. I don't need it.
I was wondering if you maybe knew more about potential magic with these things. The scales that we have.
I mean, nothing really more than like the, tales they tell us as kids, which I'm sure you heard very similar ones. Like, we're all descendant from, a lot of clans think they're descendant from like one dragon, and our scales kind of like carry the magic. Because, dragons have scales, we have scales. It's more symbolic than logical, I'll be honest, but doesn't mean that
Okay.
you can't use it for magical purposes.
All right. Well, I was just wondering if you maybe knew how to utilize it if it was a thing.
Are you like gonna make a potion with it, or are you going to?
Um, no, just seeing if it actually is kind of magical and what maybe it could do.
I mean, Professor Baron would probably be good at that. If you want to go the crazy route, you could ask Director Loomis, or I know you're close with Professor Ranth. Always ask her. She knows a lot about like creatures and their magical properties.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. But it was nice visiting your hometown. Your mum's real nice. Too bad
She's
you weren't
great.
there.
Well, I mean, it took me a couple days to walk back, so
Yeah.
here we are.
Oh yeah, and your mum told me that she says hi and to not exaggerate the bookness of her friends. Your friends.
Listen, from the way that he was described to me from like day one, Lucian is basically a book, okay? I was not exaggerating. I was just choosing which parts of his personality to describe.
I'm just relaying what your mum told me, so
All right. Anyway, Rosaris, we have some training to do.
yeah, fuck him up.
As soon as she says that, I have like my blunt greatsword, and I'm just swinging at her.
Sure. Let's
And to let you know, I have equipped Braggart's medallion.
ooh, okay.
Oh shit.
Give me an attack roll.
I said greatsword. I haven't made that yet, so I'm just use Ghostblade. 23.
You beat her. You like shock her. She goes to block, but it doesn't quite connect in time. She like goes to bring up her arm, and you smack her arm. It hits her in the face, and she spins out. She grabs her sword up off the ground, and you guys start going at it. And you clearly have the advantage here. She's landing some hits on you, but it gets to the point where you're just like, I'm willing to get hit if I can just hit harder. And you go.
When you keep muttering like I'm not a punching bag, and I just almost seem fanatical going at it.
They're fairly evenly matched, but you beat her by like a pretty wide margin on this one. So you like lay a Beatrice on her ass at one point. You like hit her with the butt end of your sword and like knock her back onto the ground, and she drops her weapon.
Hey yo, Zaris, what the fuck happens?
Even if she dropped her weapon, I think I would still be like pushing her with my shield, throwing jabs and things like that.
She's fighting back, like catching onto your shield and like trying to yank you to the ground. She rolls away from you, picks up her weapon. You guys keep going at it. You're training. You're gonna take breaks eventually, but it's not gonna happen for a while. Glenn, you watch for as long as you want, but Rosarius is clearly like, I want to say like relentless is the word I would use in this. Gwen is strong and capable, but it seems like Rosarius is kind of not taking it easy.
I am also
Glenn is
you.
Oh yeah, Gwen is strong and capable. Beatrice is also strong and capable. Dragonborn women, very strong. But yeah, Rosarius, you got the up end on her. You basically win like won the most rounds of sparring in this instance.
Damn, he got really angry about that punching bag thing, huh? Maybe he's on drugs. I don't know what
Never
happened.
know.
Performance drugs. Yeah.
All right. At this point, I'm going to kind of leave it to you guys. Take it away. We'll keep it like loosely in chronological order. So we're still in the earlier part, like within that first month for now. But you guys can just kind of pick and choose what you want to do. Just let me know in total, like who are you talking to, what you crafting. We'll just go down the line. And if you guys want to have an order to go in, we can always roll for it. But who else is doing stuff kind of early on in the remainder of the semester?
Making poison.
Making daggers.
Wow.
Poison.
That's a really good
Gosh,
combination.
baby,
Orc
and
and
all.
Poison is like
yeah. And then you're gonna go dancing. Yeah, that's
And yeah, you know what?
and
Make that
we're
money.
going to get that milk.
Real.
I'll make
yeah.
some
And I want
arrows.
to kill Leo as well. That's what. Oh, hello, Leo. Sorry, mate.
No.
Oh,
No.
Whoa. Look who's
Sorry.
here. While David gets logged in and everything, Danny, we'll start with you. Zach, I know you know how to do all of the crafting stuff, so I'll just kind of leave you to it. You tell me the roles and stuff. But Danny, to let you know, we have a list of poisons that you can make, or I even created a homebrew poison setup where it's just kind of like a generic poison that you can use either inhaled as a gas, ingested as a liquid, or you can like coat a blade with it.
Green Goblin. Jesus.
So you tell me, and you can finagle time a little bit. If you're making money dancing, I'm gonna say you're gonna make, if you're only going on the weekends,
just
like
weekends.
yeah, we'll say like how many weekends total are we doing? Let's do like the first month, so 4. Give me a roll of 4d4.
4D.
We'll add 1 gold on top of that.
That was 14.
4d4? Oh wait, yeah, that's
3, 4, 4, 3.
damn. Okay, yeah. I thought it was 3d4 for a second. I'm tweaking. So you get 15 gold. I know, I'm losing my mind here. As of right now, you could craft, if you want to just strictly buy the ingredients yourself, pretty much any like lower level poison, any of the common ones.
Oh, okay.
And that's not including any gold that you already have. But I think you spent it all on the potion guy.
No, I had some left. And a little bit. So I have 40 in total now with the dancing.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you could
Yeah.
use any common or uncommon poison that I have listed out. What are you thinking?
I just to sell them. I guess I really don't care. I just want whatever makes me the most money, but I do want to craft some for myself.
Okay, if you're also
For nothing fishy at all.
if you're crafting poisons to sell, I'm gonna need you. This is a really weird call, but selling poisons is not something that is like regularly always available. If you want to make the most money with it, you go black market style. So what I'm meaning is like before you go dancing on the weekends, you go around Ilium and you like sell poisons to people, or you could play it safe. Yeah, you could go sketchy, or you could play it safe and like sell them through the Ura Lumis general goods store, and like people can buy them through there. But that's gonna make you
the black.
less
the black.
money.
Yeah, the black march. Yeah. Make me more money.
All right, give me a stealth check.
I'm gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble, aren't I?
Maybe.
Hey, Rosarius, do you want to come to Ilium?
Yeah, Eva gets arrested.
And good.
But
Mhm.
go ahead.
What
give
am I
me
rolling? Sorry.
A stealth check.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's 25.
Ooh, geez.
Is asked to make a stealth check. Ask the paladin to go with her. That makes sense.
The paladin. Never mind.
Okay.
I just thought about that.
So here's on a 25, you go to Ilium, and through your connections, like dancing with people, and you like kind of learn the names of some adventurers passing through
Okay.
Ilium. You end up like tracking down this person who's staying at an inn, and they have
Mhm.
connections to a couple people in the city, and you basically start like saying, "Hey, I will give you poisons to sell to people. If you buy them from me, you keep a remainder of the profit, but like I can't stay in the city all week. How about we strike up a deal?" And this man, his name is Corvus. He goes around selling poisons for you. So what I'm going to say is if we're doing 4 weeks right now, go ahead and give me another, I'm going to say, give me 4d4, and we're going to add 8 gold on top of that.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. You can make up to almost 2 gold per day with this. If you're devoting a lot
Okay.
of time to it, I'm going to say roll me 12d4 and add 12 to it.
37?
30, is that with the plus 12?
No, I didn't do math.
So you get another 49 gold just without having to spend anything because you like buy the ingredients, sell it, and make a profit. So you're making what would be
Oh,
a couple
so
of
good.
thousands of dollars as you're going to school, just on top of that.
Heck yeah. Making money moves.
Okay. With the money that you have, do you want to craft any poisons for yourself?
Yeah.
Cool.
Um.
Which ones? There are a lot.
Essence of ether, I think it is.
Yeah.
Ether.
You could craft that for sure.
Can I? Yeah. Okay.
So what you will have to do is, and I'm going to say that you are at the apprentice level of proficiency, so you should have a +3 and plus, what is poisoner's kit? I think it's intelligence or wisdom, one of those.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
make a check, and the DC is going to be 13 to craft this.
Okay.
And you're going to have to spend 12.5 gold.
Okay. Tough. That's a flat 12, 13, 14, 15.
15, okay. You spend the 12.5 gold, you buy the ingredients you need. I'll go ahead and let you guys know poisons, potions, and most magical things use this thing called blue iris extract. It has magical properties. It basically keeps a magical effect suspended and it doesn't fade and wither, which is why it's used in potions and poisons. So you have to buy that, and you have to buy that ether flower. That's why it's called essence of ether. And you craft it. It takes you like 3 days between getting all the ingredients, crushing them up, distilling them, and like actually making the poison. But you have one tucked away in your room now.
Very good.
Well, if you want to craft any more by the end of the semester, I'm going to say let's go ahead and roll the rest of your like semester money if you're not planning on doing anything else, and we'll just have that done.
The rest of my semester money. You mean from like selling poisons and
Yeah, like selling and dancing.
Okay. Yeah, that's the only things I'm doing to make money.
Oh, okay, so we will do 16d4 plus 12. 4d4 from dancing, 12d4 plus 12 from selling.
That's same numbers. Stop. My bad. 16d4, right?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that's a lot of dice on my screen.
Yeah.
35.
35. Okay.
That's not adding whatever you else number. you said.
47. You get 47 more gold in the second like month that we're doing this.
Roll 47. Then I did to get it.
I thought that's what he. Wait.
No, 40. 47.
Okay, I really thought you were saying like roll 4d.
No,
So
that's not even real.
I know, which is why I was confused.
All right. So your poison crafting is
That's all done. Okay.
I'm not going to say it's a done. You could craft more poisons if you want. But,
Okay.
you know, after that first initial burst of I'm selling the poisons, I'm making a lot of money, it kind of trickles down a little bit, but it does sort of stabilize out, and you're making decent money passively. You're spending your time after class, like crafting these poisons. You go and sell them on the weekends. That all works out well. Give me another stealth check just to make sure that, you know, nothing bad happens to Corvus while he's selling black.
Oh no, not Corvus. Corvus is gonna be fine. I got a 23.
Yeah, no, he's good. He's
Okay.
as a matter of fact, the only thing going wrong is that he demands like a slightly higher price because he's having to evade the Ilium guard. So he takes a little bit of a cut, which is why you make less money. But you're fine. You're fine.
Fine.
Fine. Everything is perfectly fine. All right. David's in here now. Let's go. What's up, homie?
Hi, David.
I'm in.
You ready for
What's going on?
some downtime stuff?
Sure.
Cool.
Maybe.
Welcome back.
No, actually,
So for Leo, one of the very first things that happens during downtime is the two things happen in quick succession, like very, very fast. The first one is Hildegard takes you aside one day and she like takes you down on Worsh Plaza. You guys are sitting at a bench underneath the like petal blossom tree that's there. It's in the spring, so like all the pink petals are coming back. The flowers are starting to bloom. It's gorgeous.
Pretty.
It's so pretty. It's like
Find
the
gift.
yeah. It's at the center of this beautiful little nature plaza thing, and you guys are sitting there. And she starts talking to you, and you could tell that she's kind of like a little awkward and hesitant. Like it almost looks like she keeps wanting to speak, but she can't get the sentence out. So it's just kind of like awkwardly quiet for a couple of minutes.
Is there something that you wanted to talk about?
I got the
She kind of shifts a little bit, and then eventually she turns to you and kind of sits herself down. She says, "Yes, I'm trying not to put it off, but I know that you were super busy doing all these other things. I just, spring break just happened like a week ago, and a while back, I mentioned that I would love if you came back and met my family, and I understand if you had to go home to yours, but I'll just be blunt, Leo, I don't think you're ready for a committed relationship."
I think this takes Leo by surprise, so he's kind of quiet for a moment and doesn't know just what to say in that moment.
While you're like thinking and mulling it over in your brain, she just kind of keeps yapping a little bit to kind of help fill the awkward space. And she's like, "You're super sweet and I enjoy our time together, but then the more time that passes, the less time we spend together. And it's just, I don't want to come off as negative. I feel like this could be more constructive. And I'm trying to tell you this like as someone who cares about you. I don't feel like I've been prioritized very much. There are multiple times where you've like left to go places without ever saying goodbye to me. There's been some times where you haven't even like found me to say hi when you get back. I've had to leave a couple of times and I can't find you. I just think that I should be more than just a when I want to for someone. And, you were the first relationship I've had in a while, and I don't regret it at all. I've learned a lot from us, and I've enjoyed our time together. But I think I really had feelings for the man that I knew you could be. But who you are now, it seems like you care about me more with words than actions. So I think we should, split up."
James, I mean, look, I understand where you're coming from. I don't know, I've had a lot going on, to be honest with you. A lot more than I feel like anyone should this stage in their life.
I understand that, and I don't want to hold that against you. I just want you to know that if you do have all these other things going on, you're not a bad person. You're just, if you can't put having a relationship like at close to the top of your priority list, There's no shame in saying that you just can't. That you just can't have one. I think I'm ready for that. My life is pretty stable. I don't have anything crazy going on. But I think that's where the disconnect is you have a lot of stuff going on that you're figuring out. And I hope you do figure it out. And I don't even mind helping you figure it out. But I could help you figure it out as a friend better than I could as a girlfriend.
All right. I think you're right about everything. I don't have time for a relationship, I think, right now.
Do you
I think that things are only going to get more complicated.
You say that you don't think you have time, and you watch as she actively like forms a thought and then shuts her mouth.
I mean, we can still be friends, right?
Yeah, like you're still a great guy. You're still super nice and the kind of person that I don't mind spending time with. You know, I'll need a little bit of time to process and get over everything, but yeah, I could see it happening. Like I said, I could see me helping you figure stuff out as a friend better than a girlfriend.
Bard. Then Leo's gonna put his hand out to shake her hand.
She
Not even a hug.
she very awkwardly
Give him a hug at.
shakes your hand and kind of like does the Jim Halpert look a little bit, and she says, "Okay, well, you know where to find me. I'll be down here for classes most of the time, and when I'm not here, I'll be with my party, planning and adventuring. So, tell everybody I said hi."
Sure.
And she gives you
Sorry.
a little bit, it's kind of like that frown smile and nods a little bit, and then she spins on her heel and walks away. The second thing happens.
Take it off. Take it off.
So a second thing. Okay.
A second, like I said, two things happen in quick succession.
Last episode, you had his dad threaten his life, and now you're having
Yeah.
He's going through it right now.
Well, I'm about to make it even worse. That happens like towards the end of the first week. Towards the end of the second week, you get notified that you have a letter in the mail, which is fairly rare. You really only ever write your brother and your mom, which at this point, you can decide if you've written them or not. But this happens like before you would ever expect to write them and get a response back. Like this is clearly as soon as you left, something was written. It is from your mom. It says, yeah, let me find you in here. You receive a letter.
Don't kill my mom, bro.
It's a letter. She's not dead.
I don't think she'll ever write.
I'm gonna
Read this. I'm dead.
my last will and testament.
okay, I'm gonna read this out. She's not dead. She's fine.
Okay.
It says, "Dearest son, I am sorry that your visit didn't go exactly as planned. Didn't go as any of us had hoped. Recently, a few months ago, your dad borrowed a book from the church, and when I went to return it, I realized that no one told him it was impolite to mark up books that weren't his own. I gave the church back the copy that you had, and I figured you'd appreciate a look at what is, I guess now, your copy. Love strongly, Mom." And a book is with the letter, and it is titled "For the Cortean Blessed Warriors." I'm just going to go ahead, no roll needed, and I'm going to tell you what you notice, like flipping through the book. He went in with like a highlighter and a pencil and made a lot of annotations, but there are a couple of ones that stand out that stick out to you, like things that were highlighted and starred and important. 4 separate passages from this book. The first one. Also, I will just go ahead and let you guys know that this book was written by Father Edel Izabar, a couple decades ago. The first one says, "To love is to protect. Just as a mother feeds a child to ensure they don't go hungry, a capable hand strikes down the evils of the world to ensure that it is safer for the children of tomorrow." The second highlighted section says, "Corteus was a father and claimed that his motivation for freeing the world from Verameth's grasp was for the love of a son." Number 3 is, "For even the weakest among us, if you are not willing to put yourself in front of that which you love, to value it above your own life, do you truly love it?" And then the fourth and last one that sort of like sticks out to you says, "It is our responsibility as a society, as people, as parents, siblings, and neighbors to protect one another. Some seek out evil and rid the world of it. Others pass on their virtues to the young to empower them." So you see that your mom wrote you a letter, and in this book, your dad had been reading and been highlighting sections and kind of like making little notes, and these were the sections that stood out to him the most.
I know. I just keep the book. I didn't look at it for a while, but I don't think I really know it. Now I'm just more confused. That's all it is.
If you would like to give me an insight check, I can help clarify a little bit depending on how you roll.
Now, I don't want to give you any checks. That's 15.
Okay, not bad. I mean, you know your dad fairly well. Based on what he highlighted, it almost feels like there's a very clear connection between these paragraphs, and it's about the fact that, like, if you love something, namely children, you do your best to protect them, and that's how Corteans show love to people, is by protecting them. So, like, if you go out and slay a monster that was going to attack a village, you're showing that whole village that, like, that's how you love them. You're noticing a direct correlation between that theme and the fact that your father is so adamant on you joining the sword. You're starting to see that, like, maybe he thinks that's how to protect you, is by getting you in this organization, this group. That's how he can keep you safe.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't know what to do with this information right now. I'm gonna sit on it for a minute.
All right. Well, we've got you, we've got Ava. I think Rosari's, you're going to be crafting the greatsword next, right?
The dagger.
Or the daggers. Yeah. We'll do that here in a second when we get closer to, like, the end of when that would be. Let's either Gwen or Athera, you guys can just, like, rock, paper, scissors for it. I don't care. One of you guys. No, you both have things that you are doing closer to the beginning of the semester. So who wants to go first?
Athera can go first, because I already did some stuff, so.
True.
Yeah.
All right, Athera.
All right. I don't know which things you think are closer to the beginning.
I didn't get it. That's why I gave it to you.
I mean, we're in, like, the first month, so the beginning is a loose term.
Okay. Well, there's a few things I want to do. You tell me which one you want to do. Well, I'm going to be making just, like, teas to make some money. And then I'm still studying up on that spell. And I'm, like, kind of doing general studying, but also with still the intention of, like, trying to find a way for that long distance thing.
Will you give me a Give me any wisdom check with proficiency, because you are a druid. You're proficient with magic. So it could be survival, perception. I don't care. This is a magic check.
Ready. 13.
Okay. You are sitting there with the books of spells that Baron has given you, like in the Druidic Studies building, and you're like going through them, head in your hands, clearly stressed out. And at some point, Professor Nalithe walks up, and this huge hulking, she's a furbolg, so she's like hairy, she's got long hair that's pulled back, she's like the big pink nose, she's like 7 feet tall. She's gently walking through, and she sees you there stressed out, so she like stops her pace, backs up a little bit, and she says, Asira, are you okay? Is that book giving you any trouble?
Giving me all the trouble. I can't find any answers in here. And Professor Barron is being more cryptic than normal, which is not helpful.
Well, I certainly don't mind helping you. I am your professor. That is what I do. So what are you looking for? I'm not saying I know every single spell like the back of my hand, but I could certainly point you in a direction.
I want to talk to my family that, lives really far away, and it's kind of a matter of importance, so letters aren't really a good option. And I talked to Professor Barron about finding a spell that would be more efficient than sending, and he said, "You're a druid, you can figure it out." But I haven't figured it out.
That sounds fairly accurate. Well, as people who can't use the sending spell, it's not really in our, set of skills. I could help you kind of develop your own way to do that. Other students have made spells before.
Oh. I didn't know we could.
Yeah, I mean, you're capable of casting magic. Any student can make a spell. Cilia made one when she was like 10 or 11, I think. Loomis brags about it all the time.
Makes sense. So, how?
Well, I can help guide you, but you kind of need to know your restraints. You're a first year, so let's stick with, and she takes some of the books that you have, sets like the majority of them off to the side and sticks with just 2, and she's like, let's stick with like these for now. We'll look through here, we'll find some that kind of overlap with what you want to do, and we'll just kind of add them together, see what materials you might need, what somatic and verbal components you might need. A lot of our stuff has to do with like plants, so that'd be a great place to start if you're comfortable with that. That's where I usually start. And we can slowly work on trying to figure out how to draw out the effect that you want.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're wanting to communicate with someone from a long distance, right?
Yes.
And you want it to be not as limited as the sending spell. I know that one has a word limit.
Yeah, if I could actually hold a conversation for a little bit, that would be ideal.
Right. Well, she pulls the book over to her and she says, let's get started. Do me a favor. Will you continue giving me those wisdom checks until you hit a total score of 50?
So I'm just gonna mass roll 10 dice right now.
Do them one at a time so I can count them.
Okay. Including the last one?
No, this is brand new.
Okay. 25.
Okay, we're off to a good start. You're halfway there.
I'm highly motivated.
Yep.
15.
Okay, so that's 40.
Math. 21.
Let's go. Okay. It takes you 3 weeks, but you and Nalithe eventually come up with a spell that you can't do quite yet, but she's able to do and show you, and you're like, yes, that's it. That's what I want to be able to do. It is a homebrew spell called Speak Through Plants. I'm going to go ahead and describe it for you. It is a 4th level spell, so you can't cast it yet, but Professor Nalithe says that she will work with some of the wizard students. She'll get a scroll made up, and you can use it. And then eventually, when you get to the step where you can cast 4th level spells, this could be something you prepare. Here's how it works. You touch a living plant, and you send your consciousness through that plant. It takes a minute to cast, and after that minute, you fall into a sleep-like state, becoming paralyzed for the duration, which is 10 minutes. While you are asleep, you can create a plant form representing your own body out of the same type of plant as the one you used casting the spell. So if you did a daisy, you could create a version of yourself out of a bunch of daisy petals swirling together in a field. And this, over the table works even across planes of existence, but we don't need to know that. You control the plant form, which takes on the properties of the plant using casting the spell. So, daisy petals could float and move. You could make yourself appear in a tree and your face could pop out if you wanted to be weird. You can speak and hear through it as normal. So another example would be a bunch of vines could twist and form into a humanoid shape and you could walk around. The plant form has no hit points, but if it takes psychic damage, that damage instead gets transferred to you and you have disadvantage on the concentration check to make the spell. But as long as it's up for that 10-minute duration, you can speak and hear through those plants as if you were there.
That's so cool.
So if you
Spends the rest of the time trying to level all the way up to level.
we'll say that after 2 weeks, so we'll let some other stuff happen first, but you do end up getting a scroll of that spell that you can use once for now, and if you want to hire someone else to copy the scroll and enchant it, it's possible.
Mhm.
But it does cost money to recreate scrolls. So with that being said, Gwen, your turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be crafting some arrows,
Yeah.
and while I do that, I'm also gonna teach Merble how to craft some arrows because she asked me about it earlier in the year.
Hell yes. There's one more thing that I want to do. None of these are going to be as, iffy as Ava's, because you're not working through black market schemes and things like that.
Sketchy.
Ava's a sketchy character. Let's be real here.
No,
Okay.
she's a nice girl.
Gwen, you are able to make roughly 10 gold per week by crafting and selling arrows. It's a regular commodity that people need. So I'm going to say by the end of the semester, go ahead and add 80 gold to your inventory. Yeah.
Jeez.
So with that, go ahead with what you wanted to do.
Yeah, that was pretty much it, man. Just doing that. Checking in with fucking Thatch for the arrowheads, and then teaching Marble how to make them, around a campfire.
For sure. You and Merble sit down one time and she picks it up really quickly. She's a fairly intelligent person. So you're showing her and she's sitting there laughing along with you. You guys are having a little campfire out in the forest outside of Ura Lumis. It's called Greer Forest, but I don't think I've ever said that.
I don't think you have.
You guys are sitting out there, and while you're sitting there, you guys hear a noise out in the forest, some deep, deep growling, and then Merble perks up. She draws one of the arrows that you guys have crafted and pulls it and moves closer towards it, immediately going on the protective offense thing. But it turns out it was just a little small pack of wolves that as soon as she approaches them, they run off into the distance, and she puts the arrow back down, sits down with you, and she was like, I'm going to tame one of those one day.
Oh, you should. That'd be sick.
It would be. Could you imagine getting like a big ass wolf and riding into battle on top of it?
Could you imagine getting like a big ass dragon and riding that into battle?
I see the vision.
That's what's gonna happen with Zim when he grows up nice and big.
She looks over at Zim, who's sitting there like whittling his own little stick. It's not an arrow; it's just a pointed stick. She's like, "Is that right?" And he just,
That's a semblance of a voice that just came out of him.
He attempts a small like grunt, but that's about it.
Take him to the nurse's office. See if they can fix him up.
Let's also do this little. You're doing a kind of ritual thing with this dragon scale, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
I suppose.
But I'm just gonna go a little bit more into detail real quick. Just, while teaching her, I'm just like using the fire to show her how to like properly straighten the arrows, like the certain way that my dad taught me how to cut the feathers, which is a little bit different from like the standard way, at least here. And just like other little things, because she's happy to teach people how to make them. She's not a gatekeeper.
Amen.
Yep.
Heck yeah. You and Merble have a good time. You guys are your buddies, your chums, your pals. I'm gonna even roll a little. Okay. Yeah, there's like a number of times throughout the semester that Merble invites you to things. She's like going to watch some of the bards perform at Nura House. She's going off on a trip to Ilium and she invites you out. So whether you join or not, the friendship is mutual. You guys are having a great little time.
I definitely join.
Next thing, so we can knock this out. I'm going to say that you're eventually led to Professor Rant, because she's the one who helped you and Zim get this like connection started with the Drake Warden stuff, right?
Yep.
So you go to Rant within the first couple of weeks. You have this dragon scale, and you start asking her about it, and she basically tells you, as of right now, Zim can access his own magic, so he can use like acidic stuff, which you've seen before. Occasionally, whenever you empower him, his eyes will turn like this bright emerald green. But most of the time, he's just replicating you because he's connected to you, which will turn his eyes blue, and he can use lightning stuff. She thinks that if you let him tap into the magic of other Dragonborns, namely like through these, like a scale, or you don't even need a scale, it could just be with a person, that he could tap into whatever element that Dragonborn is. So with this white one, you could empower Zim and he could start using cold as one of his elements. It just takes a little bit of time to set up an easy little ritual. It's very similar to like the Find Familiar spell, except you're just working with Zim using a Dragonborn scale or person as one of the components. He connects with them, mimics their element.
Thick.
Okay. So she sits with you for, it takes about an hour to set everything up and to do this, but she guides you through the process, and she's like, okay, well, let's do the here. You'll burn some incense, you'll get some ash, you'll have Zim like walk over and kind of like magically connect with it. And at the end of it, you empower Zim. He grows to his still pretty small size, but, bigger. And you watch as his eyes turn like a pale gray color with little flecks of blue in it. And then as he's walking around, he like sneezes and a bunch of ice like covers the floor.
Thick.
He like points down at it and like looks up at you, and he's like so proud of what he did.
That's great, bud. Keep it up, yeah?
He runs on it, immediately slips and falls.
Oh, okay. Maybe don't keep up that fast.
He waves away and he like rolls around on the ice, and then he realizes that he's rolling around in his sneeze, so he kind of gets up and wipes himself off and then walks over back to you. But you now have another element in your arsenal as a Drake Warden to use.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right. Next one, I'm going to say, Zach, let's go ahead and get these crafting rolls done. And if you're crafting stuff for yourself, you're not going to make like money during downtime because your time's being spent elsewhere. But if you have extra
You're fine. For the 2 months of downtime, it's only 12 days of crafting.
Oh.
I'm gonna do the armor during the summer.
Sweet.
I would like to preface this because I did not say it, but I am gonna tell Kata everything that happened because I promised to be a better brother. And I feel like withholding the fact that I may have caused our hometown to become a second ghost town might be important information.
Yeah, let's handle that conversation before we even get to crafting.
We could not.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
And I'll say this happened like right as soon as we got there, so the entire group overhear it.
Yeah. Kata gets back a couple days after the classes pick back up after spring break. Her and Sivik come back in this beautiful ornate carriage. It looks like it's from a design not even native to this nation. Like, it is so ostentatious and so out there. Even Valenrun doesn't have anything like this. It's like this beautiful white with gold trim. It's got super sparkly wheels. It's drawn by two perfect white horses with like those pale blonde manes. She comes back, Sivik walks her up, and then she's going back to classes like normal after that first week. So after that, you pull her aside one day, you find her again. She immediately goes off and she was like, oh my God, Sivik's family is so nice and they're so wealthy. It was so fun. Do what?
How are my in-laws?
Oh, they're phenomenal. First of all, not in-laws yet. Jury's still out on that one. But I have to tell, Huvix is awesome. It is so weird and out there. It is nothing like I've ever experienced before. Ilium has nothing on it. Ilium's fun. Ilium's pretty. Huvix, have you ever seen a fairy? They have
that I have that.
They have those.
What is that?
Like yay tall, got wings, they fly around, they try to sell you things or ask you questions, and Sivik told me like not to talk to them, but you could wave. It's really weird. They got a lot of weird rules. They said like don't say please or thank you, which is weird because I'm so used to being polite, but I don't know.
You were fine.
It's so fun. It's so fun.
Speaking of fun things, so you remember how I brought the group to home?
Yeah, I do. You told me about that. I'm assuming Balgaroth was pretty happy with that.
Uh-huh.
Wait, I don't want to be here.
I'll say this happened we having lunch and I got her off to the side. Like you can overhear it, but we're not directly saying this. Yeah, he was not happy with it. He also wasn't happy with the next thing.
What's the next thing?
Someone in the party may have been spied upon by our favorite fire magic wielders. And the fire magic wielders may or may not have attacked.
Her face immediately drops. You don't even need to roll an insight check. This is your sister. She is sitting there and almost like one of those scroll wheels of photos, just imagining all of the terrible things that probably happened to the order.
Balgaroth's fine. I got the sending spell. They're in hiding. Everything's fine. We just can't go home for right now.
She takes a seat. Lucian, you want to jump in?
When I hear fire magic wielders, do I know anything?
I mean, you're able to make the assumption. The best guess right now is that
I knew it's by Eva.
Yeah, Church of Paran. She takes a seat, and she's still like mouth agape, just in shock, and she's like running through all the different things that could be happening right now. And she's like,
I'll I would like take off my helmet and just kind of give her a hug.
She takes it and then like kind of sets you down beside her. She's like, okay, I need to know absolutely everything that happened. Where, when, who. Give me the full like bullet point list, chronological events in order.
So, would I make the connection between the Church of Paran, the fire, and Ava? Would I have made that connection?
I mean, I'm gonna say yes.
I think everyone has.
Yeah, I know you picked up
point.
Lucian like a little bit later and he's got some head trauma. It's fine, but you're a high intelligence character. You know about these things and you're putting pieces together as people speak. You know, Ava's from the Church of Paran. While you were there at the Order, they said that the Church of Paran was like their biggest adversary and they kept losing to them over and over again in the past recent years. So you're starting to see like, okay, you know, I
think
lived
the
through
main
this.
thing that would help him is when the Sergeant Jerkwad came back with the writing on his back, I asked him if like they used fire magic. And he made it clear. It said,
I didn't know the Church of Paran was mainly fire magic. That's what was confusing me.
they're probably not, but that's the way Versaris kind of understands it. Like the play on the sun, sun god, things like that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And they do use fire magic. Like a lot of their clerics are probably light clerics. So, you know, they get a lot of fire-based spells.
Really?
I think before I tell her everything, I would switch to our language and tell her like if she's gonna be mad at anyone, it has to be mad at me. Otherwise, I'm not gonna tell her everything.
She reluctantly agrees.
And staying in that other language, I'm gonna say the part about Ava being the one through Spider-Man, and then I'll switch back to Conquer.
Wow.
Ava, will you give me a perception or insight check? Either one, I don't care.
I'm better at one of them, so
I love rolling that ones. Never mind, don't roll. In the middle of the conversation, you hear a couple of syllables because names don't quite translate well. So you hear like Vea, and then Kata just immediately turns and like looks at you, staring daggers at you. So you know they're talking about you, but you don't know what.
yeah. I can only assume. Ava looks away. She turns and starts talking to Gwen.
I would just tell her, like the whole scrying eye they found out, so we tried to take everything to Grey Run, but then Grey Run got overrun. And then I got the sent and everything, and I would especially tell her that Arthur and Fear are still fine and that they know to come here if they need help.
She's sitting there, still like kind of in shock, but she's, you know, I'm glad Arthur and Fear are okay. I'm glad Balgaroth's alive. I'm glad Elsina's still okay. I hope everyone else is fine, because even if they're okay, who knows how many people, you know, are fleeing or on the run or dead. She just like, she can't wrap her mind around it. She's really confused at, she even asks you this. She's like, well, if they were spying on Ava, and she, you know, tries to be subtle about it, but is not, how did they get to Grey Run before you guys did? Their capital is in Indira. That's like a 3-4 day trip from Zarenza.
I don't know. I don't know. I know we saw some weird stuff underneath Plasar that had to do with like maybe portals, possibly. This is not a me question. This is a Lucian question.
I know they had access to where you were before, but it was destroyed. There was one that was destroyed.
But if they had that underneath their old capital, they could very easily recreate the magic.
So you think there's another portal nearby where Balgroth lives that they can get to?
I'm saying the Church of Paran wants portals all across the world. And if they're going to start in Chimera.
Okay, how deep into this like downtime are we talking? Because
This would have been...
At this point, it's like 2 or yeah.
2 weeks in? Okay, so we research if we can detect these teleportation cycles. I think that'd be a great idea, wouldn't it? If we know where people are coming from or coming to, I think it'd be a good idea to be able to know where they are coming from.
That sounds like a very magical question that I don't know how to research.
I can go and talk to Baron, he might know. He used teleportation cycles quite a lot.
In the end, yeah, I don't know, Kato. I was cocky and got called out on it. And now everything's wrong.
Do we know how soon after they knew about where we were going that they attacked?
I mean, you guys ran
It was like
across
hours.
the desert. It was a couple of days, but you guys found out they were spying on you the day you got to the order.
Really?
The next morning, you left and took the short way to Grey Run, which was cutting across the
So
desert.
it was like hours.
Yeah, like they should have been 3 or 4 days behind you, but they still got there just after you guys did. You guys got there, and they probably got there within the next day.
They have a teleportation cycle nearby.
What's that big city that we bypassed?
Bazaar?
No, not Pulsar. That we bypassed, that Belgroth would have bypassed.
Let me look. Is it Fallenhold? Grey Run is on the map, and then Fallenhold is like 20 miles south.
Would that have? Could I estimate if that might be how far away they were?
Give me a history check. I'm gonna say with disadvantage.
9.
Nice.
It's really hard to tell. You don't know how fast they were moving. You don't know who came there. You don't know if they were on horses or on foot. You don't know if they had some other sort of vehicle with them. You don't know what kind of magic they were using. The amount of unknown variables makes it impossible, but I will say that is a fulfilling answer. That's like, oh, well, if they were in Fallenhold, Balgroth and them went through Fallenhold. They could have just followed them there. But that leads to the question, like, why the hell were they in Fallenhold? Why would they be in Fallenhold if there's nothing there for them to worry about? Pulsar is gone. Fallenhold and Grey Run are both smaller cities. They're like, glorified villages.
Think Valenthold is the key to this?
I think the key
is
is that we suck.
We suck.
Yeah, we.
That's a good way to look at it.
I'll put it differently. I suck.
At this point, you're sitting there like tossing around some ideas. Kata just kind of stops, and at this point, she drops the other language. She's like, first High Rock, now Hillmount's going, now this, and everything in between. Rosaris, I'm not happy that they are, trying to figure out how to survive through this. This is not a good situation. I am deeply worried. I'm really glad that we are where we are in the meantime, and I'm glad that you made it back safe.
Oh, that makes one of us.
You were there. You saw that the order was great and phenomenal and wonderful when we were kids, and we were saving people, and we were rescuing prisoners and slaves and doing everything that we could. For the past couple years, it's just been loss after loss after loss. And I'm not saying that it's hopeless. I'm not saying that we should give up. I'm just saying I don't know what we can do about it right now. I can barely cast lower level magic, which is, sure, a little impressive for the order standard, but going up against the biggest army probably in the world, but especially on these two continents, I don't know. It feels hopeless. And part of me is relieved that I don't have to worry about feeling hopeless as often, because at least I'm here and the things that I'm doing feel like they're making a difference. But I'm also really worried about our family, and I'm glad they're okay. But I don't know, if you talk to Elsina again, you might just tell her, have Balgaroth bring people up to Wisteria and stay safe here.
Maybe it's time that we realize that maybe you shouldn't be a part of the Order.
The words kind of hit
Does that
hard.
mean
Like you can tell that she kind of like takes it on the chin, but she nods her head a little bit, and she obviously agrees. You know what? I think that's one of the reasons that we should have come here is not everyone is cut out for it. Not everyone has the drive and motivation. I'm not saying I'm completely giving up, but I'm only going to fight the fights that I can win. I'm only going to do things that I can succeed at. Because if I keep fighting and losing, I'm not making any progress. So, you know what? You might be right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lose my family again. I'm not going to.
You almost did. As a matter of fact, if what you're telling me is all true, it's a miracle that they even survived. It sounds like the church was more concerned with Valenrun being in the mix than it was the Order.
Probably, and that's my fault. And I'm gonna own it. But I am not gonna let them win. I'm tired of the world taking everything from me and expecting me to keep going. You take a step back. I'll take a step forward.
She shakes her head a little bit, kind of tosses her arm up. She's like, okay. If there's nothing I can do right now, I don't mind stepping back.
Yeah, go marry Sylik.
We have been on like 3 dates.
And I have not given him the talk.
You don't need to give him the talk. You're not my dad. I don't have a dad.
You're right. You're stuck with me. Deal with it. And to get out of the awkward conversation, I'm going to give her a hug and go find Sylik and give him the talk.
She gives you a hug back, and she races after you. They charge out of the library. Anyway, I got some more stuff to hit. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and drop your unique homebrew feats that you guys can take at this point. As we begin rounding out the semester, you guys have all spent a lot of time with your professors. Some of them you have 1 class with, some of you have 3 or 4 classes with. I'm just going to go down in alphabetical order and kind of read out what your abilities do. Athera, you get, and they're all feats that are called like Maneo's gift. You study with Professor Maneo with this Circle of the Moon Club at school, researching how to really maximize this wild shape magical gift that you guys have. Something about Circle of the Moon, you guys are just a step above the rest. You can change into stronger beasts. Kelrin has even been like making some headway into being able to change into like magical creatures. She's been able to replicate like small ones, like magical butterflies, things like that, but nothing big yet. You get the ability to, a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus, to use wild shape features without expending a use of wild shape. So if you want to, when you get to the level, sprout wings and fly for a minute without turning into a bird, you could do that. If you want to dive underwater and grow gills so you can breathe, you could do that. If you want to, in the middle of combat, turn your head into that of a wolf and bite someone, you could do that. basically, you can incorporate animal abilities from your wild shapes into your everyday, play style. So,
That's fun.
Mineo shows you a little bit. He's able to give himself a squirrel tail at will, but he doesn't do that very often because it would give away his little secret identity.
I know it.
Next, Ava. You have Professor Gilnick, one of the rogue professors. She is this chaotic, wild little goblin. She pushes you to the extreme. She thinks that, honestly, speed with coordination is the best asset in a rogue's arsenal of skills, right? It doesn't matter that you can pick locks. It doesn't matter that you can stab people and hit them where it hurts. What matters is being able to pick fights and get away from them. That's her specialty. So you get the ability to, anytime you dash or disengage as a cunning action, you get both. Permanently. You also get proficiency or expertise in one dexterity skill. So stealth, sleight of hand, acrobatics, up to you. If you have proficiency, you get expertise. If you're not proficient, you just get proficiency.
Man, that dash and disengage or whatever would have been a really good one. I just shoved you into a worm fight, huh?
I handled it. It's fine.
However, Ava, in lieu of me giving you this gift, I have two things that I want from you. The
No.
first one,
You just gave me a gift. You can't ask for something.
that's how it works. It's not a gift unless you give me something back. I have a couple of different questions for you. The first one is, you're still maintaining this secret little, fling thing.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Okay, I know.
Okay, give me either deception or stealth, and it's going to go up against everyone in the party's passive perception or insight.
Oh, it's not me. So
I'm screwed with a
I was gonna say,
so
roll high, girl.
okay.
I have like a
Thank
9.
Thank you for giving me that gift, Shorty. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's really good. That's a 17 plus.
What is noise?
Plus 11.
Ooh,
28.
wow.
So what is your?
God damn.
It's not 28. I know that.
Yep, mine's 23.
Okay. No one in the party is beating that. Ava, somehow, miraculously, you are balancing making poisons, selling them and dancing on the weekend, and keeping this little fling a secret. But then
Ava's hiding.
Or-
something. We should invest.
Then her grades are
Yeah.
awful.
But then
Yeah.
Hold on. Is Loki the chaperone for this state? Because he's blabbing for sure.
listen.
Okay. Loki would never.
Two things happen that kind of throw a wrench into your perfectly oiled gears that are making the semester finalized.
Pretty good.
You're passing your classes, probably. Maybe.
Probably.
Oh, probably.
Roll for that disadvantage.
The first one, you get a letter.
Why? What would I get a letter?
Letters suck.
That's a good
Never
question.
been good in this game.
That is a good question because you don't know. It's unmarked. But inside, there is a singular item. There's not even a letter. It is just an envelope with a flower inside of it.
No.
It's from your secret admirer.
It
I'll be
is
weak.
a small, it almost looks like a sunflower, but it's a little bit different. The inside, like the circular part in the middle, is like this bright golden yellow. And the leaves are this like big, fluffy white. And the reason that this flower is so special is because it literally glows. Like holding it is, it like emits like, 5 feet of bright light, 5 feet of dim light. It is a glowing flower. Will you give me either a nature investigation or a poisoner's kit check, whichever is highest?
You want to make me cry? I didn't hear what you said.
Give me a
What am I
poisoner's
giving
kit
you?
check.
Oh,
DC is 14.
11 plus Where's my poisoner's kit? 3.
Okay, you perfectly meet it at a 14. You have been making poisons for a while, in the past couple weeks. You take this flower and you're automatically able to like put the pieces together in your head. Not only does this flower mean something to you, but also it has a unique effect if used in a poison. You can craft a poison using the flower, you can crush it up, and because it emits light, you can take like the dust from the flower and throw it in someone's eyes, and it can blind them even permanently if you really get lucky.
Oh, damn.
I did want to make that poison.
You wanted to make poisons. Now you got the resources.
I
to do
got
it.
the thing.
Oh, flashbangs. What the crap?
Yeah. So add a Helios flower to your inventory.
Okay. I was gonna say that I burned my journal and like pawned off the necklace that somebody in specific gave me. I totally was doing that. But then you just did this. I hate you.
The second thing that happens, because I'm really gonna throw this whole thing for a loop. In the middle of lunch one day, Taz walks up to y'all's table. He walks up, you're all sitting there like having a good time and talking. He just kind of approaches, waves at everybody, and he's like, "Hey, hi guys. Hey, we're sorry, still getting your butt kicked by Beatrice over there."
Kick your butt next.
I actually didn't.
you're
Last time I
funny.
saw.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Marnica still said that he's seen you at the nurse's office quite a bit, so somebody's doing it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're just
Maybe he hit himself this time.
Maybe. Anyway, hey, Ava, can I talk to you for a second? It's like over there, like 10 feet in that direction.
Privately?
Yeah. And as privately as you can have it in the cafeteria.
I suppose.
Okay, cool. Come on. He drags you away. And not drags, but he like
just go with you.
he metaphorically drags you away from the group. You clearly don't want to have this conversation, but he pulls you over to the side and he's like, "So, listen, my sister respects your privacy. So she didn't come over here herself because that would have been like a really big hint. But she really wants to have a conversation with you. I could give you the breakdown if you want, or if you want to go talk to her, she is sitting right over there." And he points over. She's like 3 tables over, calmly sipping a little drink, politely cutting up her food and eating it.
Okay. Yeah. Could you tell your sister to meet me somewhere private? Like my room? Not with a bunch of prying eyes? Ears?
No, that's kind of what she wanted to talk about. So I did my job. If you want, I'm just going to go sit down now. Best of luck. And he kind of pats you on the head and walks back over to the table with his party.
Okay. So we're going to do this now. Okay. All right.
Not happened to overhear that.
Reception Jack.
It was 10 feet away. All of you heard that.
How nice.
You don't know what it's about.
As you approach, Ava, I have a very serious question for you. Over the table, we can know this, but in character, no one knows yet. Your little fling that's been happening with Tara. I want to know, from Ava's perspective, is it purely just fun? Or, it's been going on for a little bit now. Is Ava starting to, like, catch feelings? Is she starting to like Tara?
I think she is, but it's still like, it's weird for her just because that was a big no-no. She feels weird about it and kind of like this shouldn't be happening. But the more they explore this thing, I think she is kind of catching feelings, but she doesn't want to. And it's really confusing.
So as you approach, obviously you're incredibly like in turmoil and a little bit nervous, but Tara is sitting at a table. There's like 3 other people that you see her hanging out with a lot there. There's an empty seat right beside her. I'll let you determine how you approach.
She's just going to kind of just make sure everyone's not looking, which they probably are. I'm gonna assume.
Yeah, you turn back and look, and I'm assuming the whole table is sitting there like
I'm
staring.
looking.
Just stare.
I'm in the process of summoning Loki at this point.
You
Oh,
slip.
yeah. Sorry. What am
I said I've got a book up on.
Oh, peeking through a book.
No, just looking there.
Okay. Yeah, she's just gonna sit down across from her, next to her, whatever you
Yeah,
said.
you sit down next to her, and Tara kind of like sits up a little bit, and she goes, can you guys, leave? And then the other three are like, sure. And they all get up and take their trays and walk away, and they go to a different part of the cafeteria. Tara scoots her plate in on the table and kind of sets her arms on the table and turns to you. She's like, hey, I graduate in like 2 weeks, right?
Yes, I do.
And you know that I don't want to come back as a paragon.
Yeah.
So like I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, I just wanted to let you know that you might be really good at lying to people, but you're really bad at lying to me. And if you were wanting anything out of this other than just fun, you're losing time really fast. And also, I'm getting really inconvenienced by having to keep this a secret. I don't like having to lie to anyone. Obviously, my brother's known the entire time. Not going to lie to him.
Yeah.
And he's a bit of a blabbermouth.
Mhm.
So who knows how many people actually know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm just letting you know. If you have something to say, your clock is running a little short.
I'm taking the hint, Tara. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're leaving in 2 weeks.
I graduate.
You do.
And
So does Taz.
And so does Taz.
You both are going back home.
Yeah. Where else are we going to go?
I thought he applied for joining Garden Solace, or am I thinking of somebody else?
No, he did. He's going to, but we're still going back home to Kiel.
Are you going with him?
To Kiel, yes. I'm not joining the Ardent Solace. They don't want a sorcerer. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to kind of practice my secrecy a little bit more and not play it up too much.
Right. At first this was just supposed to be fun, like we had talked about. I'm sorry that I made you keep this all a secret. I'm sorry I inconvenienced you. But as you know, this is new to me. I'm a church girl. Kind of not a thing we do where I come from. So I like you. I do. But you are right. You're leaving. I don't know. Have you ever been in a long distance relationship?
No, and I have no interest in it, which is why I'm saying if you're going to say anything, you should probably say it now before I pack up my room and leave.
Make time count. Got it. We can have... I don't know. Should we just end it now? I mean, I put you through all the secrecy and the lying. Apparently you told people anyway, so I guess that wasn't a thing.
Ava, I'm going to make this very, very blunt. I have no interest in a secretive relationship. That's not the kind of person that I am. But if that's not what you're after, and it's something a little more mature than that, the only other third-year sorcerer, to put it lightly, is a bitch and will not be getting back into the school for her 4th year. So, if I want the position, it's open to me. As of right now, I have no reason to want that position. Can you put 2 and 2 together? I know math is not your strongest suit.
No, it's not. I am so happy that you just said that. Okay, yeah. All right, you know what? And she's just gonna get up and look at the whole party at the table. Guys, I have something to tell you, and I don't care anymore if you think I'm weird or shameful or anything, but I've been seeing Tara,
She's
and I
like-
like her a lot.
she's yelling across the cafeteria. This is like 50 feet away.
She wanted to open.
The
She's
whole
just
place goes
screaming.
quiet.
I like Tara, and I want her to be my girlfriend, and I don't care what anybody thinks.
Well, the
And then
cafeteria
she
is
sits
quiet.
back down.
Gwen's just gonna be like, "So it was you."
She raises her glass to you and takes a drink.
We thought it was someone in the group, so we're happy it's not. We were in discussions about who it was in our group, and it was not in someone in our group. So we're good for it. Good for it.
I can't believe I told Ava some juicy gossip, and she was a part of it the entire fucking time.
Tara like takes your hand, she kisses your palm, and she's like, "All right, go back to your party. I'm gonna call my friends back over." And she waves them over. They come and sit down, and she kind of looks at you again as you start to walk away. She's like, "We can talk more later, but at least you didn't trip over your own feet.
My room tonight?
We'll see."
Pretty please. And then she just walks over to the group and kind of like is just red faced and blushing. And she doesn't speak to any of you. Head's just down.
Bronner turned red. That's funny.
You're really funny, Rosarius. You know that?
I summoned Loki and he's just shaking his head yes to.
Someone yelled out from the other side, "Yo, is that a horse in the cafeteria?"
Loki
Sorry,
runs
I
to that
told
person and wants to be pet immediately.
I told you not to summon him in here.
You just said don't. That's all you got out before Ava started yelling.
Okay.
All right.
Does he shit? Is he gonna shit on the floor?
He doesn't eat.
I don't know that. I don't know how that works.
Look, you can have Zim, but I can't have Loki.
Sim is potty trained. Excuse you.
Mine doesn't use the pot.
Rosari's in your head. Loki's like, did she say that I should shit right now? I can do that. I'll do it.
I'm in charge mode right now.
It's an option. Just letting you know.
Go get pet.
He trots off to the parts cafeteria. All right, moving along so that we finish in time. And again, the timing on this is a little loosey-goosey. So all of that happened. I'm going to go ahead and read out the rest of y'all's abilities that you get, and then we could come back to it if you guys want to do more. Leo, you are up next. You spend so much time in the healing ward with Professor Arneas. I think you had her for all 4 classes first semester and 2 for the second semester. So you're like very close with this professor. You swing by the healing ward nurse's office. It's the same thing. And you're volunteering there quite a bit. Rosari's comes in a couple of times. Beatrice comes in a couple of times. But point being, from your countless hours studying under Professor Arneas, who is a really talented healer, you get the unique ability to always have cure wounds prepared. You can cast it once for free every day. And anytime you cast a spell to heal people, anything that goes above their maximum HP is kept as temporary hit points.
Nice.
At least for a turn. It's not permanent, but it is for a turn. So, just a nice little passive healing buff. With that being said, I do want to ask you, with the recent, happenings, you're starting to use weapons now. Confrontation with your father that did not go too great. You're still getting these healing buffs, but I want to know, in Leo's mind, is he still like 100%? I'm supporting and healing people, or has that percentage dropped a little bit and has the aggressive, protective side come into play a little bit?
Yeah, it's definitely dropped a bit. I think, yeah, he's getting more aggressive now.
Hell yeah. Please give me like some sort of example of that. Like, are you practicing with weapons? Are you studying and training with any of the like martial people? If Leo is more concerned with I need to be able to hit things and protect people than heal them, what is he doing?
I think a lot of the time he's going to be alone, just practicing with the sword for a while. And then I think eventually he's going to talk to Rosaries and ask him to help train him more.
That was a mistake.
Oh, shit.
I'll let you guys just make the calls here.
As soon as you ask to train, I just drag you to the training hall. Like, it may be the middle of the day and we have classes. I just drag you there and just force you to pull out your, you're using the longsword I made, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Now, I'm not even training you at this point. I'm just attacking you, and it's sink or swim.
Oh, shit.
Cool. Let's give some opposed
Alright.
attack rolls.
Yeah, fuck.
Like, yeah. Well, I got 15, so you should be fine.
Nice. I'm just rolling to hit with the longsword.
Man, David really was.
I got
So,
Yeah,
17.
nice.
Ooh. Here's what I'm going to say. Rosaries, you've been practicing with Beatrice, who really knows how to, like, match your aggro. If you're playing an offensive game, she'll play right back. It's very rare that she feels like she has to one-up you. It's all about practice with Beatrice. Leo, on the other hand, as soon as you guys start training, he's, like, thinking tactically, and it's almost like a how can I win this kind of situation. It's, at first, at least, it's not how can I get better, it's how can I survive the current moment and come out on top. So Rosaries, you start going absolutely crazy. I'm going to say by this part, you have your greatsword, and Leo, you're using like a shield and a longsword, right?
Yes.
You guys start sparring, going back and forth. Rosaries gets some heavy hits on your shield, which you just easily deflect, and you catch him at a point where he is overreaching, and he's like following you as you're backing up, and you get your shield up and like lock his hands up in the air and like get your shield up underneath him, and then you just like hit him with your sword in the chest. You could easily have like stabbed him, but obviously you don't want to kill your teammate.
Right.
So you just kind of like hold it up to him and slap him and push him back, knock Rosaries back a little bit. Playing the defensive game, came out on top this time.
I think you'd notice like he's sloppier than you've seen him fighting. It's almost like I'm going for the kill, and it's causing me to lose my fighting ability.
Yeah. There's something wrong.
Yeah, I'm not winning. That's what's wrong.
I feel like it's more than that.
What's
I don't think I could see you this sloppy in the ring.
you win one time? What, you gonna flick me in the nuts again?
Actually, this would be my second time, so
Yeah. Just keep that in mind when it comes to a real fight.
all right.
Sweet.
Do you want to go again?
Sure.
Let's go.
You guys continue training. It kind of goes back and forth. Rosaries is obviously fighting the aggressive fight, and Leo, I'm going to be honest, you're kind of like a little prepared for it. You've always played the defensive card. You've always played the support role, so it's not really that difficult for you to like protect yourself. But Rosaries is just like kind of a powerhouse. So there's some times that he overpowers you and you can't even like protect yourself from it, and it's a complete wash. There's some times where you like trip him up literally and figuratively and come out on top. and get the upper hand on him.
Let's go.
Lucian, if Jambo's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I was gonna ask
I'm
you
just-
skint.
I'm at Renette.
Oh, yeah.
You got the ability to teleport.
Yeah.
Let's go by. Let's go by no one.
Lucian, you
Yes.
spend quite a bit of time. You are focused on schoolwork, and you are, writing scrolls, spending some time. In your time between classes, you end up kind of spending some time with Cilia and even Baron in some instances.
Mm-hmm.
Baron is very curious about that journal that you found, so he kind of will occasionally poke and prod you about it. But I'll let you kind of update me on how those things are going. Like, do you have anything you want to talk to Cilia or Baron about? And then I'll tell you that benefit that you get.
It's mainly about the planar stuff. I want to know what's going on with it, what's going on with the journal. Like, I know I gave it to them, and they sort of learned a lot from it, but from my past history, I need to know what's going on with it.
So really quick, just help me clarify this. You got the journal really early on in the semester. What did you do with it?
Spend a lot of time researching it,
Okay.
studying it.
So I will go ahead and I'll let everyone know what this is like. Baron sent you to get the translation books copied over so that he could have a copy here at the school. So you have those here.
Mm-hmm.
The book that he was going off of with that ritual to like get his magic back and attempting to like remove that curse from himself where he couldn't cast, that and the journal that you found were written by the same person, by this author named Layman, Laimen. The reason that it's so difficult to use these journals is because they are written in they're written in 5 languages at the same time. So what I mean by that is they switch from Elvish to Sylvan to Draconic to, I think it's Celestial, and there was a 5th one, but I don't remember what it was. It might have been,
Draconic?
what was it?
Draconic?
Draconic was one of the ones that I read out.
Oh. Can't really list
I don't even know.
that somewhere.
Yeah.
Another language.
It was in another language, and I don't remember which one it was. I can't find my notes for it.
That's it.
Either way, it's written in 5 languages. Some of them are common, some of them are rarer. So you had to get these older translation guides. And the reason it's so difficult is because it doesn't just switch between words, it switches in the middle of a word. So like you'll have the first half of a word in Draconic, the second half in Sylvan. So it's damn near impossible to like cast comprehend languages and understand it because you're getting bits and pieces of different words that mash together. It's basically a like practical protection against magical prying eyes.
Yeah.
So if you want to spend some time to try to translate this journal, you can, or you could like recruit a friend to help you with it.
I was trying to see if Baron was already translating it. Then I go to him to try and translate it for me and help me with it.
Give me a persuasion check.
Really 10. 20.
Oh. You ask Baron, who is like, this is way earlier in the semester, who's like currently researching this, ritual that he's going to do to get his magic back. And he thinks about it for a second, furrows his brows, and Cilia, who is also in the room, says, I mean, after that ritual, it's not like you can't do it. You have your simulacrum who's not doing stuff for most of the day. So he says, okay, I suppose. Let me get my magic back, and then I will slowly work on making progress with the journal.
Sorry, I went to Cloud Spire to help you out, and you weren't helping out with this.
No, I am offering to do it. I don't want to put off getting my magic back because I only get 1 chance per month. So if I procrastinate it anymore right now, I'm going to be at a severe disadvantage. But after that, give me a week, and then I can absolutely do that for you.
Okay.
So he starts doing that over the semester. If you want to get updates as you go, I will tell you what you would know from the first couple of weeks of translation. So the first thing that you need to know is that the journal that you copied this from was a copy. It was not the original journal. It says it in the very beginning. It says, hey, the original journal would transcribe its notations and document them in Cloudspire. So it would like take the information from the journal, move them to a different journal magically, seal it, and it's like a mundane copy of this guy Layman's notes. So some stuff has been like taken out because it had no real value. It was just like random notes and useless information. But I'll give you a breakdown of what happens in the first couple dozen pages. First, Layman is taking notes of like magical materials that he's ordering, and these things are like crazy rare. We're talking like a couple dozen dragon scales, some thing called Everburn Brimstone, which you've never heard of before, like 25,000 scroll parchments, a bunch of adamantine and mithril, crazy stuff. Like big.
But he's talking to like some crazy guys, doesn't he, about something?
No, this is all just like notes in a journal.
Oh, okay. I saw he's.
Actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll let you in on this. You figure out very quickly that this journal is taking notes of what he says and thinks. So it's almost like it's connected to him, and he tells it like, hey, make a list of all the stuff I've ordered. And it lists it out. So as he's taking notes of the stuff that he's ordered, he's interrupted by his wife, Kaveni. They are both what is called a maester, which in Valenrun terms means like one of the highest people who run the city. There are a list of other maesters, this like council that he's on. They are going into a meeting, and the thing that they talk about in the first meeting is that one of the maesters, Halinova, who specifically studied the planes and watched over them, had gone missing since their last meeting. So Layman was pretty worried about Maester Halinova disappearing and begins like trying to figure out where they went. But that's as far as you get in the first couple weeks, because this thing is 45 pages.
Yeah.
So with that being said, Baron does all of that for you. You spend some extra time with him. Your unique ability is you get a gift from Baron. Studying under him, he's helping you translate this journal. He's theorizing with you about the planes. You get an additional cantrip from any spell list, and you can cast Detect Magic at will.
Woo.
Very nice, very fun. Very cool.
Looks.
So with that, we will continue on. As the semester finishes, you'll probably get the rest of the journal translated, and I'll just send it to you and you can read it.
Yep.
But you're studying with Baron and Cilia. You're passing all your classes. You're doing fine. Additionally, let's go ahead and roll your money that you get during downtime.
Sure.
So you're focusing on calligraphy. How many, I know you did the math earlier. How many weeks are you doing calligraphy for?
4 weeks.
4 weeks? Okay. Go ahead. Give me 4d4. We're going to add 2 to it.
Which is 5. I got 6 on the dice.
Okay, so you make about 8 gold over the 4 weeks. I keep doing this wrong. This is per day gold, not per week gold. Okay. So you got 6 on the die. I'm just going to do the math for you. If you're working consistently, you're going to make about 10 gold per week. 40, we'll add that to it. Go ahead and take 48 gold.
Nice.
That's how much you make in that month.
That's good.
Cool. Let's go ahead and go to Gwen next. Gwen.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa! What am I doing?
First thing, you're selling arrows, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Go ahead. I want you also to give me 44.
Whoa. Okay. Hold on. Hey, that's pretty good. 13.
13. Okay. You get 55 pieces of gold. Arrows are a hot commodity. Everybody needs them. Almost every single party has someone who uses
I
them.
already forgot what she told me.
55.
Okay.
Come on now.
I'm sorry.
That veil between Glenn and Izzy is sometimes very fun.
It's a very, very thin veil.
That's coming from me. Which
Is this on top of the money you previously told me before, or is it like the same and you're just having me roll?
What did I tell you before?
I think you said it.
Oh, are you selling?
Because I listen. Shut up.
I mean, are you selling arrows throughout the entire semester? Like the
Yeah.
last 2 months? Then yeah, add them together. Because we did the first month, not the second month. Okay. So Glenn, in your downtime, you're studying with Professor Rant. She sends you on a couple of missions. You and Athera have your little solo mission. Fun times hunting down these little nature-based creatures. I know it's been like months since we've done that. But you get the unique ability she teaches you her own modified version of Hunter's Mark. She calls it Ranger's Mark. So what it does is, bless you, when
Who sneezed?
Jocelyn,
I heard it.
when you cast Hunter's Mark for free, because Rangers can do that, I think a limited number of times per day. When you cast it for free, it requires concentration, which normal Hunter's Mark does not, but it includes debuffs, like you can decrease their movement speed, you get an extra bonus to attack and damage rolls, or you can even hinder their saving throws. And she says, if you keep studying with her, she will teach you an even more advanced version of it.
Sick. So those debuffs only happen with the one with that specific version.
Yes. So I believe you can cast it, and I could be wrong here. You can cast it for free a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, and it doesn't cost a spell slot, but I could be wrong about that.
Oh boy. Can I get an upgrade on my wisdom?
But I also like the Baldur's Gate rule where as long as you don't cast another spell, you can kind of have Hunter's Mark, like, in the background, and you can cast on another creature after they die. But so long as you have that version of Hunter's Mark available that requires concentration, it has those debuffs.
Okay. While we're here, I want to count the gold under my bed.
Yeah.
Make sure it's the same.
Describe the scene for us.
I make sure that Delphina isn't in the room.
You wait till she leaves. You lock the door. You lock the window.
Yeah, everything's covered. And then I move the red herring safe that I have under my bed, and I go into the real spot, and then I count the gold.
You pick up the board on the floor, move it, and then there's just gold underneath. Yeah, you're
Same amount?
yeah, you're good.
Yeah!
You're sitting down there. Zim's
Okay.
even helping you. He's like counting a couple of them and then losing track and then putting them back and then like counting them again. He's no help, but he's trying.
It's okay. It's his hoard, too.
All right.
Okay.
So that is Gwen. We got Leo. Rosari is your last because of alphabet.
I know.
You are practicing with Tarada. Do you have a class with Tarada this semester?
1 second.
I could probably pull it up.
I have Paladin ability training with Jonathan Toronto.
Yeah.
First year, Ripper 2.
You're in Paladin ability training, and everyone's kind of paired up, but you have an odd number. I think it's you, Jeremiah, and then one other Paladin, if I remember correctly. Maybe. Oh no, there's 4 of you. There's Beatrice, Lucilda, Jeremiah. Okay. You guys,
That's useless.
you guys are practicing, going through it, and then Professor Torado like walks up to you and Beatrice training with his arms crossed, and he's like, "You know what, Rosari's run it with me a couple of times. You're not quite using your abilities with your attacks like you should. You seem to be focused more on attacking. So he squares up with you. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Sure. This is not going to go well.
No, it's not.
I got an 11.
You
This
square up.
is worthless.
Yeah, your assignment for the day is while you are attacking and staying on the offense or protecting a target, whatever it is, like as long as you're focused on something, also being able to like heal yourself and or allies. So with that being said, you are attacking him with your great sword and you're supposed to make time to heal yourself, but then in your, you're a little angsty, I guess, this semester. You're focused on attacking. You're like, it doesn't matter if I can't heal myself. If I can just push him back hard enough, I'll have time. I'll be fine. In that instantaneous gap with his glaive, Tirada like flips your greatsword out of your hands and then smacks you with the butt of his glaive and like knocks you back a couple steps. You start charging forward again, and then he like just pushes you on the chest and like fully lays you on your ass. He sets you down. You're sitting there. You go to get back up a little bit, and he like stamps down the halberd beside you. You can tell that you're not acting like yourself. Like you were one of the better students in this class easily, and now you're not picking up on the easiest lesson. So as he's standing above you, he reaches down one of his giant turtle's hands down towards you, offering to help pick you up.
How far away is the greatsword?
Probably about 8 or 9 feet.
I'll try to roll over to it instead.
All right, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, this is great.
You have to beat a 20.
Well, with my -1 to that, I got a 16.
Cool. You go to roll away, and he stamps down his halberd like right beside your head, and you just kind of stop. He reaches down and like picks you up by the back of your armor and stands you up and pats you on the shoulder. And he looks at you, and you're probably like not making eye contact. And he's like, Rosarius, I've been watching you for like the entire year. I know what you're capable of, and I know where your weaknesses are. You're not gonna win this fight here. But listen, your whole thing is protecting people, right? You told me that. You made your oath in front of the entire class.
There's more than one way to protect people.
Yeah, I get that. But I know that you're smart enough to choose to do it the right way. Looks like right now you're kind of your vision's a little clouded. He pats you on the shoulder a little bit and he says, you can keep practicing and keep training until you're just good enough to axe through all your enemies, or you could, fix whatever's going on here. Maybe that'll give you some progress. Claps you on the shoulder a little bit, picks up your greatsword and hands it to you. After this, you can take... Listen, Izzy, I can't talk right now. I'm sick. I know I said weaknesses instead of weaknesses.
You don't gotta call me out on stream, bro.
Yes, I do.
Hey, listen, at least I thought it was weenus and not something else.
Good point. Listen, I'm struggling to even keep talking right now. Anyways, Rosari, you get the unique ability. Tirada works with you a little bit to practice your lay on hands, and he's like, hey, it seems like right now you're more focused on like killing the enemy than you are protecting your friends, and that seems to be completely opposite to what you're normally like. So whether you want to actually listen to him or not, he shows you a unique little feature where when you cast a healing spell or use lay on hands, your target either gains a bonus to their armor class equal to your proficiency bonus, or they can move up to half their movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Hey.
And also, just to clarify the new paladin rules, lay on hands is just a bonus action now.
Yep.
So he helps you with that, and he's like, hey, not everything has to be about smiting and knocking down your enemies every single turn. It feels great, don't get me wrong, but sometimes if there's a person bleeding out right in front of you, that's your main priority.
I think Rosaris would feel a little like, I think Torada is probably the only person besides Kata, but be able to see like beyond whatever's happening with him right now. That like it's not angst, it's more like, it's weird to say for paladins, but it's like there's the fear kind of driving everything right now.
Yeah, I think angst might be how it comes off to some people, but
I think Torada more than anybody else, based on what he said, can see what he kind of went through essentially.
yeah, he doesn't know the details, but he can see that you are shook and not quite your normal self. Well, with that being said, that is all of my homebrew abilities that you guys get. So the rest of downtime is completely up to you guys. If you guys have any spare time that you're supposed to be making money with, let me know.
Yeah, can I do my crafting as well?
Yes, let's go ahead and do that.
Do you want to do the money first?
Let's do the crafting first because I think you're chronologically doing that first.
Yeah, that's fine. So it's 6 daggers. Do you want me to tell you all the information, or do you just want me to roll?
Is the information like how to look, or
The mechanics, and then I'll do how they look to each player.
let's do the roll first, and then after you complete them, you can describe them.
So it's just DC 10. It's a common. It's 6 daggers together. Takes 6 days. Do you just want me to make one roll for it? Can I have Thatch help me because there's some detail-oriented work?
Yes. I'll say give me the checks with advantage, but let's still go through one at a time. You can roll all 6 in sequence, but if you get below a 10, let me know.
Okay. Do you want me to do it on here? Can I just roll?
You can just roll physical dice. This can be faster.
Cool.
Yeah, DC 10.
First one pass. 14. 13. Man, I'm rolling like crap. Natural 20 on one.
Ooh. Okay, you're spending money on these, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and that one that you got a natural 20 on, daggers are only 75 gold, or like 0.75 gold pieces.
75. Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm taking -1 daggers.
Go ahead and take that money back. So you can just add
Okay.
that money back into your inventory.
Cool. So I've rolled 3. Gotta roll 3 more. 16 on one, 19 on one, and a 22 on one.
Okay.
So that'd be
Yeah, I think you got 3 of them above a 15, and if you get above a 5, you've saved some money. So with that being said, go ahead and add another gold piece back to your inventory.
cool. Before I forget, let me take the gold out of my inventory. That way, I don't feel like am forgetting something tonight and can't sleep. There we go. So I'll describe each of the daggers. And then I'll do the greatsword afterwards because it's my matching set.
Cool.
For each of you, I made each of you a dagger. So they're fairly similar except for the pommel. The blades are a little bit different depending on how they're going to be used. For Aethera and Lucian, I made them a little bit geared towards like slicing like your spell components or like plants and things like that. Leo is a little bit sturdier because I figured he's more likely to use it in combat. Gwen's is a little bit more like a chopper for like wood and things like that. I figure when you're making your arrows. And then Ava, yours is almost like a miniature so it's a little bit longer and thinner. They each have the same pommel, which is like an infinity sign. With my idea for that is like we're gonna be friends forever. In Rosari's mind, he heard that as a trope, but he's so bad with understanding what tropes are, he thinks that's a normal thing, and so he's gonna go with that. We'll do. I did make one for Marcel, so on one of those times where I do see him, I'll go ahead and give him one.
Yeah.
on his, the pommel is a crown with little colored pieces of metal. I couldn't afford jewels because that's expensive as crap. I figured he can add them himself. And for his writing, it's etched on there. I seek the strength to win any battle and the wisdom to prevent it. And then Ava will do yours next.
Damn, that's a good quote. I wonder who wrote that.
Yeah, all the quotes come from a book Shorty wrote. You're welcome. Ava, yours is the pommel is over the table. It's the Celtic symbol of new beginnings, whatever that version of in D&D terms. And then your quote etched onto it is, "May the forgiveness of Piran find those who seek it, regardless of merit."
That's a good ass.
Yeah, all the quotes come from Shorty's book.
I'll sign autographs later.
Athira, yours is next.
Yo, that's crazy. You said my name and then you went up.
So I'm gonna be honest. I was doing it and then I realized yours is further down in Shorty's book, so I'm trying to start at the top.
Okay.
Scroll down.
Okay.
I'm
Excited.
saving you for last. Yours is special.
You think Riz already?
you.
I need my quote again. Can I get my quote again?
I haven't done yours yet.
You know?
Who did Marcel?
Athira, Ava, and Marcel.
That's my bad.
You know what? I'll do you now.
Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready.
And I'll just throw shade at Athira and Gwen back. Yours is a spell book for the pommel. And on that, there are two etchings. One is the phrase, "The secrets of the universe are arcane. The more I learn, the less I know. The closer I get, the further I feel." On the actual spell book, I tried to make it look like your spell book, and you could tell I tried to learn Sylvan in order to do it. And if you ask Celia, she spent hours trying to teach me. So instead, I just wrote magic, magic, magic over and over again in Sylvan because that's the only word I can figure out. Athira, your pommel is, as best as I could artistically format it, the head of the cat form that you take. And your quote
Yeah, it's like a cat.
Sure. Whatever form that is. I wrote down cat form because I don't know.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's just created fine.
I am throwing shade. Don't worry about it.
One laugh. Your quote is, "The taller the tower, the easier it falls. The taller a tree, the deeper the roots. Civilizations fear the cycles that nature embraces." That was largely from your little, like, so many gods. Does that make sense? I don't like this.
Yeah.
Like, sort of mumbling you did.
It's cool.
Leo, your pommel is, as best as I could recreate it, the temple in the Church of Cortez, like the building. It doesn't look as pretty, but I did my best. Yours, that's why I had Thatch do it. He's a little artificer.
Oh, never mind. You didn't have to out yourself like that. You could just been like, yeah.
Look, the dice decided Rosaris can't lie. Leo, for yours, the quote is, "Mightier is the pen, deadlier is the sword. I know which I'd like when face to face with the devil."
Oh.
Lucian, we are Gwen. Yours is, as best as I could get Thatch to artistically recreate it, the head of Zem on your dagger.
Nice.
Yeah.
And your quote, give me 1 second, there we go, is, "O Bahamut, at least you, a humble and kind king, do not ask to be worshipped or feared, though you deserve it all the more." Yeah. Look, Parker's not very creative, so he all Dragonborn, researching dragon things, went with dragon ideas.
Okay. Should DM that to me so I can actually put it in my notes because I can.
Yeah, honestly,
I mean, after like 3 words.
I will put it in general chat here.
I told Izzy you made 55 gold, and then I said another sentence, and she was like, "Huh? Did you say 5 million?"
Yo, I'll take that million.
Sure.
Oh.
All right.
Do my great here.
Yeah, go ahead. I think that's also just one roll, right?
It's one roll. It's a DC 16. I would have advantage or disadvantage. Can I have Thatch help me again? Because there's some detail on that still. For a flat check.
Flat roll.
Yeah. Please be a 10 or higher.
Oh no.
Um,
It's another one.
Hey. Let me go look. I'm going to let you guys know. On a nat 1, there are 2 things that can happen. One, all of your gold and materials were wasted, so you just lost all the money. You don't even get the raw materials back. Or your tools are damaged and they require gold and time to fix it. Can you give me just a flat D20? You want higher. If you get higher, you just wasted some money. If you get lower, you have to fix your
19.
tools. Okay.
Could have rolled that the first time and been fine. But no.
You are working on this great sword, and Thatch is like, I don't work on things this big. I'm not that much of a help here. It comes out to being so malformed and disused, the iron starts to like crack and break and crumble. You swing the greatsword once and it shatters and breaks, and the iron is so almost like burnt that it's useless. So you dropped the money and the greatsword not work.
I'll work on it again in the second half. We can let other people roll some other things.
I mean, we're already at the second half. If you just want to go ahead and roll again, I'm sure you'll.
It's really one.
You got
To roll a 10. It's literally just a 10 on the die. How hard could it be?
Touch.
It's a 10 on the die. Look. That dice is really trying to not let me do it.
That's
So there's another 9 GP gone.
but you get
And then I think I would have 3 weeks for downtime.
yes.
Roll to recoup some of my money.
Yes, let me push up the amount that you make from. Okay, so you're
Sorry, I'm taking forever, guys. Good.
3 weeks. Go ahead, give me 3d4, and then we're gonna add 30 to that.
9.
Cool. So you get 39 gold pieces from making stuff for other people, or just like making daggers and weapons and selling it at the general store.
Cool.
Well, so with that, I think we can open it up. Sort of last call. The semester is coming to a close. You guys have just a couple weeks left. Is there anything else left that you guys want to do before the summer gets here?
Go for the
Yes.
house.
Can I go herb hunting, and I want to bring Gwen along to help?
Yes.
Yeah.
You just going out to the forest outside of Ura Lumis?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a walk. I'll go find Gwen wherever she is. Hey, Gwen.
Hi, Ura.
I was gonna go for a walk and see if I can find some herbs to replenish my supply. Do you wanna help? You feel like if we both do it, I might be more efficient.
You're asking me to come along?
Okay, well, I'm trying to be nice. Don't push it.
Oh, wow. I was going to say yes. I was going to say it. It's still yes, but
Okay,
okay.
still getting used to. Yeah.
No, it's fine. Take your time. Can be a hard adjustment, making friends.
Yeah, it's not something I've ever been very good at.
Well, you seem pretty friendly with everyone else in the group, so I think you're good.
Well, everyone else didn't shoot an arrow at me, but we're past that. Then I'm just gonna keep walking.
Yeah, are you sure we're past that? You're really bringing it back up, so...
I just keep walking. Are you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming. Sorry. So... Oh, were you going to say something?
And then I was gonna say something to the DM, not you.
Yeah, go ahead and talk to the DM then, yeah?
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yes.
Um, I think we're gonna talk, but I also am gonna be hunting for herbs. If you need me to roll anything for that.
I'll say if you want to actively look and you want to have Gwen help you, if Gwen decides to help, then yeah, give me an
I
herbal
will
skill
help.
check.
Cool.
I gotta find.
I brought her along for help, so she better.
Yeah, she's just using me.
Wait, how does she help? Is this advantage?
I mean, yeah, you'll get advantage.
Before you find twice as much food as you normally would.
Mm.
That's my help.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect. I rolled a 10.
With advantage.
Oh, no, I forgot about advantage. Never mind.
Wow. Okay, I was about to say.
Okay, but now I just rolled a 12, so.
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to try?
Yeah, sure.
I will probably have you make a separate roll for this, but for now, go ahead. Just give me 2d4, and then with the new herbalism rules that we're using, you'll get just like some general ingredients, like some flower petals, some moss, some vines from a tree. You also find it's a very common flower, but it is a candula flower. You're able to get it and extract, like a specific compartment in your herbalism kit, like box that you have. You keep like the petals and like the bristles from the center of the flower. A candula flower is used to make potions of healing.
That's pretty nice. All right, do I get to try to look now, Shorty?
I mean, yeah. Do you want to look for anything
Yeah.
specific, or you just wanted to look for stuff?
In theory, you want me to look for anything specific?
I don't have anything in mind. I mean, if you can find more of this flower, that's great. Otherwise,
All right.
anything that looks like it'd be
I
interesting.
got a nat 20.
Oh my gosh. In this super rare plant that I've been thinking.
Yeah, that really super plan. I really want to see it.
Okay, Glenn, I have a question for you. You're
Okay.
looking for these flowers, and you're not seeing many more. I'll let you know that, like, a candula flower is just a magical offshoot of a calendula flower. So you're looking for a specific magic one, and you're not quite sure how to, like, figure out which ones are magical, so you just kind of, like, pick up a couple and eat them, and stuff.
Okay.
But you do come across this, like, gray, almost shiny, like, moss substance growing on a rock near like one of the little small lakes or ponds out in the forest. There's like a little bit of a river running through. On one of these rocks, you see this like gray, kind of like fluffy, sparkly moss. You go up. How do you investigate this thing? You're like, this surely is something that Athera would look for.
I'm going to go up to it slowly, as if it were like an animal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stare down right at it, and I'm gonna sniff it. I'm gonna take my finger. I'm gonna like pick up a little piece, go put it on my mouth, taste it.
Please roll me a Constitution save.
I'm just gonna say you better hope that's not.
Oh no.
Can I like yell? Don't eat that.
Out of 14.
All right, let me look at something really quick.
Oh no.
Okay. You are going to take.
When they go, they die.
You're going
I'm
to
fine.
take 1 point of poison damage, and you are poisoned. I'm gonna let you know over the table. You are poisoned indefinitely. You have to roll another con save every 24 hours, and every time you fail, you take damage. The damage that you take, here's the worst part, cannot be healed.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Um,
I'm fine, guys.
after 7 successful throws, you are able to like get over the poison.
I think she likes relaxing.
Okay, do I recognize this plant at all? Like, do I know what just
You're not here yet.
Give me yeah, first thing, Gwen, how do you respond with the inside of your body starts like feeling painful and like hurt?
Athera, I don't feel so good.
What? Did you just eat that?
Maybe.
Oh my gosh.
Athera,
Do you
please
even
give
know what
me
this is?
either a nature check or an
What?
herbalism kit check.
Oh my gosh.
I'll give you advantage because you are at the like rarity level, like your skill level matches the rarity level of the plant. So like you would be able to identify it pretty easily.
Has he got a spare character?
Yo, chill.
25.
Okay, sweet. This is eldergrease algae. It is used to make a poison called a pale tincture, which is the effects that I just said. It damages you over the course of days and days, and you have to resist it 7 times for it to relieve from your body. So like this thing can be in your system for weeks. The reason it's so deadly is because the algae will get into your system and grow inside your body, and it is highly poisonous.
Please get some for me. Please, please, please. I'm sweet. Gwen, this is so bad. I can't believe what. Why did you eat this?
That's what I always do when I find a new plant.
That is such a bad idea.
I've been poisoned before, but this one hits a little different.
Yeah, it would. Do I have any idea of like a herbal like?
Should I just throw it up?
You could
Make me throw up.
You could attempt to make an antidote while you're out here in the forest using all of the ingredients around you.
Yeah, I would like to try that.
Okay, here's what you can do. You can either make an antidote at the level, so it's going to be a flat roll for you. The DC will be, I think, 13. Yeah, 13. What that will do is it will grant her advantage on her saves. Or you could attempt to make a higher level one at disadvantage. The DC is 16, and it will immediately cure it.
As Athera is doing that, Gwen's just going to be trying to hawk it up like a cat, like a hairball. Just in the back while she's doing that.
Oh my god.
So Zim is like copying you.
I'm gonna go for the regular one.
Okay, go ahead. Give me a herbalism kit check. DC is 13.
16.
You're able to, you run around, you collect a couple more ingredients, you mix them together, you mash them up, and it gets to the point where it's like this liquidy, gross, there's like crushed up leaves and petals inside of it, but you have it in this little like pest or mortar and pestle system, and you hand it to Gwen, and she's gonna have to drink this for it to.
Here, you need to drink this.
She just downs it.
It tastes horrible, but not as bad as that algae. All right, Gwen, you will have advantage on your Constitution saves
Yay!
as the days go on.
You know, it's probably a good thing that you'll still feel a little bit bad, so maybe you'll learn not to eat random things.
And I think I'm still going to do that in the future. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
But
And I'm gonna collect a lot of that elder. I'm gonna collect as much as I can get.
You're able to collect what would be like 3 samples of it.
Cool.
But hey, right? I saved your life, now you're saving mine.
So we're even now.
And this is an even thing? I thought we were just being friends, Athera. Come on.
I'm really bad at friends. I already told you. Is it even? Is it not? Is we just always save each other's lives? That's exhausting.
It's an always thing. But also, speaking of that day of saving your life, remember the secret you told me?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, the one where, like, you know, you can turn into monstrosities.
That's just it. Netherlands.
Yeah. What about it?
Well,
I was
one ahead.
no, fuck off, Lucy. Okay, so do you know like why exactly you do that, and maybe like where your family's from? Because with that, with those beans spilled, it does give like a valid reason for me to maybe not like you, but because you're not from like the tribe that fucked up my town, it's fine. And we're still friends.
Why does me being able to transform into monstrosities mean that you shouldn't like me?
No, I'm not saying that, like, it's just because the only other druids that I know of that can do that were the ones that destroyed my village. Right? Yeah. Is it like other people in your family can do that sort of thing, or?
I don't know. In my tribe, not a lot of people were very skilled in these kinds of magic. It was like, some people could do the odd druidic trick, maybe something else, but nothing like this. This is the first time I've ever seen it.
Where exactly are you from, by the way?
Somewhere near Worcester.
Somewhere. Come on, Athera. Yeah, everyone knows where I'm from.
No, I actually don't know where you're from.
I say it a lot, all right? I mean, probably not that much. I used to more, but not as much anymore, right? I'm from Mount Keenma. Whoa! I don't think you're from anywhere near that, are you?
No, I've never heard of Mount Keenan.
Okay. I mean, it's more up north.
No?
From up north.
Are you cold?
No, it's not really cold up there. I mean, like, maybe as cold as a normal mountain can get, but not like Bee's Village. That was pretty cold.
Well, I wasn't.
It's like a rainforest there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't most of the Osha rainforest?
I mean, yeah, but I assume you might think that it's like snowy and stuff up there.
But it's not.
I mean, they could
never
have an occasional frost or something. I don't know, but I'm just curious where you're from. That's all.
Honey, have you heard of a village called Terrafin?
Have I, shorties? Probably not.
I mean, give me a history check.
Unless I passed through it, I don't know. Oh, I missed my my dice tray, and I got a nat 1. So
No,
Don't miss the dice tray, girl.
I'm gonna actually give you an
no,
out.
I should re-roll it in my dice tray, right? Like, right?
I'm gonna give you an out. Okay, Aorsha is hectic. Traveling between villages and cities alike is damn near impossible. That's why rangers are so prevalent in Aorsha, is because they are the only ones able to like traverse through the crazy ass jungle that this place is. So, you know of like the names of the big 3 cities: Silvis Altel, Maris Estel, and the third one that I can't even remember right now. And you know your village, and outside of that, it could be a village, it could not. You have no idea.
I know my village and where the orphanage is. You never told me what village that was, I don't think.
Did I?
But
It's
my
Civima.
Civima, okay.
Civima.
I spelled that wrong. Okay. Cool.
So,
I don't think I've heard of that, actually. Sorry for interrupting, by the way. I had to think for a second.
I guess since we're friends, I could tell you the truth. See, Gwen, I don't like to tell people where I'm from because you're right. A lot of the druids from my village left pretty early on in my childhood because they might have been the druids that attacked our village. We didn't like them, we didn't condone them, which is why they made them leave, but we're not necessarily proud of it either, so I try not to tell people.
Well, if you don't like them and I don't like them, I think that's pretty solid, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so we're good. I just wanted to get more into that to figure out what exactly was going on with that, because that was weird.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But, you know, I'm glad you didn't turn into mush that one time I tried to make you turn into an owlbear. So,
Yeah, me too. I think I'm gonna stick with a single monstrosity that I've been able to manage and wait on the owlbear.
maybe you can do it in the future.
Maybe.
Or you can turn into a giraffe or something. I don't know.
Oh, what?
A giraffe. You never heard of that?
Right. You know, we don't have those.
I mean, I've never seen one. I've only seen it in books. But Professor Barron also thinks they're pretty crazy. Last I spoke to him.
I'll have to look up one in the books.
All right, cool.
All
I
right.
think they're like taller than these trees we're in. Sorry, Shorty.
We had that.
As you guys finish this up,
No, wait, hold on. Before we finish.
okay,
Before we finish. All right, Athera. Now that we've got
What?
that nice and settled, I think we should surprise Ava with a little sleepover party. Yeah?
Oh no.
Yeah. You're
Is
trying
this
to make friends with everyone, so this might put you on better terms, right?
I think Ava and I are on funny terms.
Then it'll put you on even higher, better terms. Yeah?
This is friendship requirements.
Chums, friendship requirements.
Oh my gosh.
Bring
Fine.
some food or something. I don't know.
I'll bring tea.
All right. I shouldn't have even. Have you figured out how to make bees mom's tea? Because that shit was.
I could try. I have the winter berries.
All right. Bring some of that.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Or if you have anything weird. I don't know.
Well, nothing's weirder than you licking eldergrease, but I could try.
I didn't know what it was. Sorry. You should have been there with me, but I found it. You know where it is in the future.
You know what? When are we meeting to do this?
Tonight.
Okay.
All right. Your turn now, Shorty.
okay. No, I'm gonna let y'all do this.
Plans at night.
I know. You gotta send me an app.
I was just gonna have you roll your con saves for the next like 2 weeks, but let's do this first. Ava, you live on the second floor of which building? I need to look up.
I think it's my building, isn't it?
I think it's the same one. So yeah, Gwen, you know where Ava lives. You guys you guys get back. Her door is locked. Do you want to try to break in or climb through the window?
All right. Hey, Rev, we're going to climb through the window.
Maybe you're not there. You don't have anything there. You might be there, but you're not there.
Probably
We're going to climb through the window.
Cool.
You can use like your plants or something to get us up
Okay.
high or something, right?
Ava, give me a flat D20 check. This is purely luck.
Okay. A 16.
Okay. Good for you. You're not there.
Okay.
Gwen, you like go around the building, you pull up her window a little bit. It like jostles a little bit. You shake it side to side, and then the lock like slowly slides out. You slide it up. You and Athira climb in. It's dark in the room. Where do you guys go?
Where should we go? Where should we on?
We should probably set the room up. Put the cake over here. Get everything set.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless, were you wanting to actually like scare him?
I think
This is
that
not
would have been funny.
Well, you're the expert, so you tell me what to do.
It's a surprise, Athera. We're going to scare her.
So where do we hide?
We could do under the bed. We could do in the closet.
You can fit under the bed?
It might be a bit of a struggle.
I feel like you should probably could just hide behind the door.
You take the bed, I take the closet, right? Or
Under the bed.
do you, is it what you got a problem with? I can fit under my bed, kind of.
You've tried?
Yeah. You haven't.
No.
Okay, sorry. Okay, then you can go behind the door, and I'll go in the closet, and I'll bust out when she comes in. Just don't get smacked by the door, okay? That's like the treacherous thing you're doing right now is staying behind that door. She could fling that thing open, you get smacked in the face.
As long as no one's made her mad, I don't think she would fling it open.
Okay.
Just don't surprise her until I'm safe.
Well, I know if you're safe.
I don't know. That's your thing. Figure
Unless you
it
didn't
out.
want to come in the closet with me.
No.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah, but that closet's barely big enough for you.
Are you calling me fat?
You're so tall.
Okay, whatever. We're gonna take our places. I don't know. It's part of the fun.
You guys take your
It's
places.
getting less and less fun.
You are in those places for 10, 15, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
We're gonna silently play I Spy with My Little Eye.
From the closet.
Yeah. Yeah, from the closet.
Please explain how you do that.
Listen, I imagined the closet to like have those like little gaps in it. I don't know what it's called. I didn't imagine it to be a solid door.
And he's just walking around pointing at everything that he thinks you're looking at.
Slatted door? Is that what it's called?
Sure, we'll say that it's that.
Oh my god. Gwen, you can't pick the same object 3 times in a row.
I'm sorry, there's much in here because Ava didn't have a lot of stuff with her when she came to school.
This is kind of sad. Even I had more than this.
I mean, I don't have a lot either, to be fair.
Well, you were coming all the way from the north.
As you guys are talking, you hear the door start to jingle as a key gets inserted into it. It takes a couple seconds for it to like slot in, and you hear the lock slide over. The door gets flopped open, and Ava, you come into the room aggressively making out with Tara.
No,
You knew it was gonna
Yep.
happen.
they're like going at it. They're starting to undress. And they're too stunned to speak.
Please roll me a perception check with disadvantage. Please and thank you.
Oh, we haven't made our presence known yet.
Tara got a 5. She's a 2 in it.
Yeah, you said with disadvantage?
Yep.
I got a 10.
Okay, Gwen, Athera, do y'all want to roll stealth checks or do you want to bust out?
I'm gonna roll stealth, but I still want to bust out eventually. I'm just gonna wait a
Yeah.
second to process what's going on in my brain.
The stealth
going
is.
to-
dude,
I
you
got a nat 20 again.
Gwen is in that closet just peeking.
Like, what the fuck?
I'm going to immediately step out and I'm casting Thunderclap. I'm gonna go, surprise!
Surprise! I bust out the closet. Athera just doesn't get it so out.
Give me just a second. Give me just 1 second.
Oh no.
Well, rules over this.
Just-
you got listen to see.
Oh
Me and
no.
me were just training in the training hall.
This-
Our party's got, we're cohesive now. I don't think anything could take our party out.
Give me just a second.
What is
this?
Take a shot every
What is
time
he
Shorty
doing?
says
Yeah, right.
just a second.
How much damage shockwaves can it do?
Hey, Athera, does a 15 hit?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you're gonna take 11 points of fire damage as Tara jumps, scared shitless, and just habitually waves her hand and throws it at you, and a bolt of fire swarms her hand and then flings off towards you. And she hits you with a firebolt as she is completely surprised by the fact that you're there.
I'm gonna just scream and go, Gren, this is not fun.
I drop the cake. Not drop it. I still set it down so it's safe. But I drop the cake and I'm like, oh my god, Athera, are you alright?
No, I'm on
What is
fire.
going on right now? I'm gonna hope the hats of fire out.
Tara is just standing there with her arms at her sides, and she's like,
It's
what the fuck is going on?
What? What? For what? It's not my birthday or anything.
I don't know that it hurt.
We just wanted to have a spur of the moment surprise party and maybe
I
a
was
sleepover.
having a
but
spur of the moment thing myself, actually.
well, listen
so-
here. We were here first, Ava, so I don't want to hear it.
You. Sure, you've met them, right?
I've seen them
very
before.
acquainted now.
Oh, that's Athera, the one that you just threw a
Burned.
firebolt at.
I'm
And
not
Gwen.
sorry.
That was more than you two needed to see.
Tara is pulling her shirt back up over her shoulders and adjusting it. She's like, I see two options right now. They
No,
can
at least
leave.
we're all girls here.
I see four.
You see 4 options?
Whoa.
Whoa.
You never know unless you ask. Tara kind of holds up her hand. She's like, listen, I see two options here. They can leave and we can finish, and then I can leave and you can have your little fun time, or I'm going to go back to my room and get ahead on homework so that I'm free this weekend, and then you're mine.
Well, I like that. Your mind thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold
this
on.
weird thing.
No, it's not at all.
Yes, Gwen.
No. Maybe, you two can finish up. Me and Athera can maybe head to the nurse because she just got burned and I ate poison.
You what?
And then we can come back.
Very long story.
I think that gives us how much time?
At
A
least
decent amount.
enough.
Probably enough, I'd say. Yeah.
We'll knock before we come in.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, how did you...
Door's
get
going to be
in?
locked.
Don't worry about it.
Window's going to be locked.
All right. You guys come back. You know.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right,
Okay.
come on, Athera. And I'm just going to leave the cake here, but I'm going to take a little finger of frosting and pop it
You
in there.
have a cake, too. Wow.
Yeah, and Athera, have a
you-
tea.
Oh, my God.
As they leave, Tara waves her hand in the direction of the door, and I guess Athera's going out second. Athera, you get a message in your head that just says, "Take your time."
Don't worry,
Athera's
I don't let get burned again.
Okay, so Ava and Tara, great time. Gwen and Aethera, you guys go to the nurse's office. Leo, you're there. You help heal up Aethera from her burn injuries.
Oh, man.
What's up, Leo?
What's going on here?
Surprise party gone wrong.
I should have agreed to this.
They're not usually like this, Aethera. I swear.
See, this is my only reference to go on.
I'm afraid to ask, honestly.
We were just surprising a friend with a surprise. Like, oh, it's popped out. Whoa, hello. You got burned.
Yeah,
Oh, all right.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
they don't like surprises, apparently.
No,
No.
not a fan.
Well, that's good to know. Who was the friend?
I don't know the girl
Yeah,
that she's been
real
with.
things.
What's her name?
We talking about Tara?
Yeah. She
Tara doesn't like
Oh,
surprises.
yeah, she'll burn you.
Keep that for
That's-
future reference, Leo. Don't surprise her.
Sure. Sure.
Even though it's her last year here, but don't do it.
But just don't go along with Gwen's crazy ideas about surprise parties.
That's crazy. Whoa. Aethera was supposed to be working on friendship.
So far, you've got poisoned and I've got
You,
burned. I don't
you
see the
cannot be
positive
throwing me
difference.
under the carriage right now, okay?
Friendship is not working out. Isn't that the one that Ava likes?
Yeah, the one she announced at the cafeteria. I hope it is. Yes.
Otherwise,
Aethera. I like put my finger on her mouth. Shh.
So you guys were surprising Tara?
Yeah.
apparently,
Where was Ava?
Somewhere
very much with Tara.
nearby.
I mean,
All right, I think that's all I need. Is there anything else you guys need help with?
Yeah, you got anything that can maybe help with an upset tummy?
Sure. I guess I'm gonna reach in the back somewhere and give her something to the fantasy equivalent of Tums.
Tums, not Pepto-Bismol. Come on, you can do better than that, Leo.
I've got nothing else.
yeah.
You guys,
I'll make the.
think you broke Sacred Stack.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
That's fucking great.
Jesus.
Wow. Wait.
All right.
All I see is Danny's hand.
Yeah, I'm crying.
Leo's never purposefully that funny, but he's always funny.
Oh no, it was the. She's very much with nurse. We're both very much with Tara.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Ah.
But anyway. All right. I don't think you guys need to be here anymore.
We're not about it anymore. Nobody.
Gwen, do you think it's safe to go back?
Nope.
This one's
Wait,
here.
yeah. Yeah, we left both the food there. Your tea's there, my cake's there. We do got to go back. Get those. She doesn't want to.
They say that
Yeah.
they cake that.
I hope there's not frosting all over the walls or something by the time we get there.
If they say cake, then that's fine.
If there is, I'm not cleaning it up. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That is
Um,
a friendship.
Leo, by the way, if you see sparkly moss, don't eat it.
Or lick it.
Oh,
That's all.
take up it.
And if
Yeah.
someone walks into their bedroom, don't cast Thunderclap.
Okay. Noted.
You know, I appreciate the thought and the gusto it took for you to cast that spell for a surprise, but it wasn't really necessary, Thera.
Okay.
Maybe if it was a surprise party with a lot more people,
Okay.
but it was just us two. So
You didn't really give any direction or specification.
yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed. But again, went pretty well. Aside from the fire.
Yeah. Aside from that,
Okay.
You guys are weirding me out right now.
Don't worry about it, Leo. Just girls being girls.
That's what this is.
Mm-hmm.
You all hurt each other?
At that point, Beatrice walks in dragging me.
I'll leave that for you to interpret.
Beatrice walks in, sweaty, covered in like marks and bruises, kind of like half fireman carrying Rosaris, and she's like, "Oh, hey guys,
Hi, B.
what's going on?"
Beatrice?
I see you finally pummeled him again. Congrats.
Oh, it's a what do you call like a mutual pummeling? I don't feel great. Trust me.
I hope you feel better.
Thanks. I'm sure I will.
I want
After
to throw her a party.
What about a party?
we're throwing a party.
I said you guys could throw her a party.
oh no, I don't want to get hit by.
A surprise party.
Okay, B, if we ever throw you a surprise party, promise to not burn Athera with fire.
I don't use fire and all, so I think that shouldn't be an
You-
issue.
Yeah, you're good at it.
Try again.
Yeah.
I think I'm still gonna play it safe.
She helps pick up you, Rosaris, and like ushers you towards Leo, and she's like, I'm gonna go take a nap. She walks over to one of the chairs and just kind of lays across it.
Rosaris
Yep.
back again.
Yeah. Go heal her first.
All right.
I think
Your hair looks singed. What happened?
He was supposed to heal that.
Oh,
I don't think you can.
Leo, you weren't that thorough, were you?
no. You guys are kind of, I'm going to do it now.
Thanks.
Are you all right? You like going through something right now? Because usually you're better than that.
Yeah, Leo, you good?
You're right, Leo.
What else?
What?
Yeah.
What?
Everything going straight in your brain.
Everything is fine. You all came in here all fucked up and shit.
Hey, that is my normal appearance.
True.
Yep.
I don't know.
Lars does look fucked up and shit all the time.
Wait, what?
Anyways, I think we should probably head back now, yeah?
Yeah, if it's safe.
Okay, and I'm gonna
What's
Toss-
so dangerous?
take some cookies of
Obviously, you have
and
not met Terra.
toss them to Beatrice.
She takes them, kind of like half-heartedly, just stuffs her face with them, and she's like, "Thank you."
You're welcome.
Yeah, you guys, you're there for a little while. You go back. Ava, I would like for you, Tara's gone. Please just describe the state that the room is in, and I will add some frosting on the cake.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Well, there's a cake on my floor.
Here, I'm gonna give you some ideas beforehand, and then you tell me like, what the room looks like. Tara,
the cake was set on the floor.
Yeah, it was on the floor.
Don't matter.
The cake was on the floor.
It
was set gingerly on the floor.
A couple things I want to point out is that Tara is a sorcerer. She has the enhance ability spell. She has
You can just stop.
she has thaumaturgy. She has a lot of elemental stuff like chaos bolt, firebolt, chromatic orb, shape water, stuff like that.
If my shield can be lighting up, then I need to be protecting someone.
me.
Just the way it is. He was right. Girls hurt girls.
Yeah. No. So, please just describe to me like the state the room is in as Athera and Gwen get back. Like, what are you doing? What does it look like?
I think she's trying to tidy up a little bit. That is probably very messy. Pillows on the floor. That cake. Yeah.
You also don't have a roommate, so both beds are probably like shoved together in that one corner.
Mhm. I was thinking just one bed. Yeah. So like together, that's fine. That cake is not on the floor anymore. That cake was probably used in various ways. It's just a mess now.
It's
Sorry.
They ate it.
We did. We ate the whole thing. And oh yeah, so just a big mess. So I'm trying to clean up and I just cleaning the bed, putting it back together,
Wiping icing off.
putting myself back together, wiping the frosting off my
Of the news.
knock knock.
Knock. Shh, to be quieter.
It's just
Knock,
me. You
knock.
can come in.
I slowly open the door.
No drawing.
It's really just me.
Okay, I'm gonna check under the bed.
Scorch marks for some reason.
Okay. All right.
You know. Thank you for the surprise. That was really nice. I promise she's not always like that.
Where's the cake, Ava?
Oh, you brought it for me, didn't you?
For us.
Oh, but I thought, it was a surprise party for
us.
me, right? So you brought it for me.
It was
really good. Did you make that, Glenn?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
it-
put my whole
so
heart
good.
into it.
I also put my whole heart into it. It was really good.
All right.
Yeah, there's still some frosting left.
I had frosting before I went.
Look,
Athera didn't get to try the cake though, so
You know what?
Yeah, apologizing to her.
Alright, I've lost my appetite.
Where's
I am
Athera's tea?
so sorry.
I'm very much more concerned about the tea.
We didn't touch that. I mean, so there's that.
Yeah.
And I have, some poison. That's, I didn't know you guys are coming. So I
I've
mean,
had
that's all
enough
I
poison
really have here.
Oh, speaking of, and I'm pull out a bag of the moss and be like, here, I thought you might like this.
Do I know like immediately what it is or?
I'll let you also, with advantage, roll a nature or listener's kit check for it.
Wait, no. This is why I have that now. I have detect poison and disease.
Oh, well, if you want to use that, then yeah, you automatically know what it is.
You sense the kind of poison, creature, or contagion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So I
detect
do-
you detect the eldergrease algae. You know the type of poison it makes. It makes a pale tincture. You know about that. You also detect that Gwen has it in her system.
Yes, it says that I can detect that. Gwen, you ate this.
Oh,
Did you?
Yes.
Did you get an antidote?
yeah.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
So you're okay now.
No,
No.
I'm still seeing it in there a little bit.
I'm not okay.
In there.
no.
No.
Just snuff a little bit, Ava, till then.
Kind of like that philosophy. Yeah. All right.
Okay, guys, just tell me you don't want to be friends anymore. That's fine.
No.
You fucked up.
I'm sure that the tea that Athera brought will make you feel so much better.
Yeah, but it's cold now. It's too bad we don't have someone who can cast fire to warm it up.
Athera,
I can do it. I'll use elementals to warm it up.
Otherwise, I think cold tea's good too. Maybe a weird take, but
I like it both ways.
This is it, cold. It's
We know, Ava. We know. Sorry, the joke was there.
I'm gonna kill you.
I think you should maybe open up a window because, you should maybe just open up a window. Yeah,
Open up a window?
yeah, open up a window.
Okay. I'm gonna open up my window.
Smell in it now, so
Hey, you know what? You guys snuck into my room. You broke into it, actually.
idea.
It was a surprise party. Of course we snuck in.
So what are we celebrating anyway?
Apparently friendship.
Friendship. Yes,
Friendship.
friendship. Athera, you're getting it. I'm so proud of you.
Mm-hmm.
Friendship. Okay. Well,
Big.
then since we're such good friends celebrating friendship, let's tell each other a secret.
Gosh.
This is
I
how girls' sleepovers go with her. I don't know if she told you that.
I don't like anything about sleepovers. What surprises.
All right, Ava, since you brought it up, you go first.
Sure. Love to. So my secret is that I was seeing Tara for months before this. There you go.
I know. Because of Professor Barron.
What do you mean, Professor Barron?
He's the one who I remember I told you that he told me something and I told you and you're like,
Wouldn't tell
"Whoa."
me who told you.
Oh shit.
Now I know.
Fuck.
Really?
That's my secret. There you go.
Really? Professor
That's my secret.
Barron.
That stays in this room.
Right, sure it does. Yes. Athera.
Sure, what the fuck?
Go ahead, little secret. Little one. Doesn't have to be anything big.
Oh, I'm really bad at this. Little secret. Okay.
Little secret, Athera. Little
When did you go already? You should go first.
Yeah, I just told mine. It was Baron was the one who delivered the gossip. That was my secret.
That counts. That's like a piggybacking off of Ava's.
Kind of was.
Didn't learn anything about you.
Send a message from Lucian.
I sometimes sleep in the trees on campus instead of my bed.
I know the squirrels told me.
Okay.
Well, that's news to me. Okay. It's comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, if you find the right tree,
And good thing to fall out.
mm-hmm.
Okay.
I brings him with me too.
All right. Well, I'll be looking for you up in the trees, I guess, at night.
Don't. That's my peaceful time.
All right. I'll give you your time. So, Thera, you do anything weird?
Not to that
secret.
level.
Okay, I don't see how that's weird, but go on. Whatever. Wait, no, I suggested this in the first place.
Miss what was that? Say again, sir.
Okay, well, a little secret. I've never had friends that like this before who would want to do girl night things.
You've never had a girl friend?
Mm.
In either sense.
Mm.
Athera doesn't have friends. Well, now she does, but beforehand, no.
Ava's like happy clapping. We're gonna be your first. I love this.
Yeah, so far
Trying
it's
to
been
show what
great.
it's like.
Okay, well,
Had a great first experience.
but maybe you should have warned me.
I
It's
did
a
like,
surprise, Ava. Come on.
Yeah, well, I think you guys were the ones that were surprised, actually.
I think we all were.
Yeah. Well, let's show you how a real friend girl sleepover goes.
okay.
And then
what
she's
is it
gonna
like?
pull out like a bottle of wine that she bought. And I told you about this before, Shorty.
Yes, you did.
I already took the money out. And it's a really nice bottle of wine, like the expensive kind.
How much gold did you spend on it?
I told you 10.
Okay, yeah. So the
I don't know how much really good wine costs.
I will just say if you spend 10 gold, that's the equivalent of like $1,000 on this bottle.
Oh, is that how much really good wine costs?
A gold piece is the equivalent of $100 in this setting. So yes,
All right. Well, It's super, super good. Aged for a long time.
Made by dwarves
Probably.
from the Dwarvish Mountains.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And then she's gonna pour a bunch.
You guys quickly summarize what happens for the rest of this because Gwen needs to make some Constitution saves for the rest of the semester. So you're drinking wine. What else happens? You don't have to roleplay every single conversation if you don't want to, but like, what do you guys do for the rest of the night? Is it just gossip and talk and laughter and fun?
Yeah, we're teaching Athera how to gossip.
Yeah. Ava
I'm
brings
sure
out the
Athera
nail
probably
polish.
crazy gossip because she's the quiet kid.
Well, maybe. But maybe people should not attack me when I'm in their room if I want to share all of the gossip first. Maybe next time.
I can do it in my room, Athera.
Athera, if you want to have heard some gossip around the school as you were in wild shape form practicing it, I will let you make a perception check. I will give
Yes,
you gossip.
please.
If you get high enough, I'll let you pick the person that gossips about.
Oh,
On a 25, you get to pick. On a 20, you can give me like someone in the party, someone outside of the party, yada yada, or like someone you're close to.
I got an 18.
Okay, an 18. Do you have any preferences? No promises, but who or where would you be hanging around in wild shape form?
It's a great question. I think I spend a lot of time over at the magic like casters area. So like the sorcerers, the wizards, they're all a dramatic bunch. They can be very entertaining.
For sure.
Excuse me.
I'll give you 2 bits of information then. One of them is very small, but this is just like something you picked up on. Ever since Baron got his magic back, the area around his tower, that like magi garden and like the floral sort of almost like botanical garden that he has cultivated there with magical ingredients has flourished again. It was dying out and wilting. Now, back to full strength, Baron is like in the full swing of things. 2, you watch as this is way before this sleepover, but you are recalling this in, lieu of gossip. Cilia arguing with her dad as she approached Baron Tower, and you were able to pick up on part of the conversation. Apparently, her and her dad are like not seeing eye to eye because he's trying to exempt her from a lot of the work that she should have to do, like finals that are coming up. And she is completely disagreeing with him to the point where she basically tells him like, hey, I'm not going to be staying at home for the time being. I'm going to stay with Uncle Baron. And she goes back up into his tower and Loomis disappears. So your mind just, you have a flashback about that.
One night when I was just wandering around campus, apparently Celia and her dad, Loomis, Professor Loomis, are not on great terms right now. But, he wants to give her the ability to just skip a bunch of things for her classes, and she doesn't want to, which is kind of odd. I mean, if you get a guaranteed A.
She doesn't seem like that kind of girl to me.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'm sure a lot of us came here to actually learn things, and if you just do that, what are you learning? So,
Baron's back at it too. I don't know. Gwen, have you gone to see his door lately?
no, I was planning on it, but I haven't gotten around lately.
He's really sad.
Go see it.
What
Athera,
do you know?
you guys could either go as a group to investigate this, or if you want to give me one more perception check, since you were in that immediate area, I'll give you a little bit of insight on how Baron is doing.
Got an 11.
Cool. You're not able to pick up on too much. You know that Baron's back at his like magical potential here. the wards around campus are getting restored. You see him walking around casting a little bit, but he appears to still be sick. You see him like occasionally like coughing into a handkerchief as he's going up, like replenishing the wards around school, tending to his garden. He seems a little lethargic, especially for an elf, but it's probably just like a cold or something.
Yeah, Baron has his magic back, but he's out of control. He really can't control it. It's just going wild everywhere.
What?
You kind of gave that guy away 15 feet at least.
What? But somebody should do something. I'll get in. I'll get in that 15 feet. That's a challenge.
Well, I would like to see you try.
What did you see him doing?
And he was just walking around trying to take care of his garden, and then he bent down to magically water some of it. Half the garden froze. Ice instead of clear liquid.
That's a shame.
Yeah. I mean, Druid came in and fixed it for him, so it's regular now. It looks healthy, but it was a little chaotic.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah. This poor door, every time Baron tries to talk through it, sometimes it has a little aneurysm. It can't quite speak correctly. And
It has an aneurysm every time.
My friend,
it's cracking.
I'll be sure to get hair.
Throw a fireball at that thing, it'll go up and
Gossip is supposed to be fun, Athera. You just gave us horrible news.
I thought it's supposed to be interesting. It's interesting.
It is interesting, I'll give you that.
See?
Yeah. You want to know what else is interesting?
What?
Think Rosaries has a little crush on Echo.
What?
Am I the only one who's seen? I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm picking up those vibes. Is it me alone?
Did I pick up those vibes? Can I just say I did?
I mean, you can
It's your
say it.
opinion, I guess.
Oh yeah, obviously I've been seeing that forever.
Really? You?
Hey, I might be the quietest one, but I'm also a lot more perceptive than the rest of you.
That's true.
Okay, you don't gotta insult us, Athera. That's not what friendship's about.
Salt, it's fact.
Okay. We'll work on that.
Okay.
And, so who do you like, Athera? Me and Gwen have already talked about it. I'm sorry, I wasn't completely honest with you, Gwen. Obviously.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Thought we were friends.
No, we are. It's new.
Yeah.
Had to feel it out, Wasn't ready, that kind of thing.
All right.
Athera.
No, I don't really have time for that.
What do you mean you don't need time to have a crush on somebody?
Look at the Neo's relationship. You clearly need time or it goes awry.
How about someone I think just is like cute, you know? You don't like
Yeah, just
like,
who do you think is cute? I think one person's cute. I think many people are cute. You have to at least think one person's cute here. It's a big canvas.
I really don't think about that. I'm not. I don't know. You're not going to let this go until I pick someone, are you?
I am so not letting it go.
Well, I guess. I don't know. Just pick a name. Say somebody. I'll agree with it.
right. That's not how that works,
She looks like I'm like completely like out of.
What?
Ain't no way you just said that.
I'm sorry.
Ain't no way you just said that.
You said somebody. There's one that came to mind.
We don't judge. We don't judge. Okay.
I have to
No,
rub
that's
that
good.
man's feet. There's no way.
I have also rubbed his feet. Have you been rubbing his feet
Wait,
too?
you've rubbed his feet?
You rubbed his feet.
No, you've rubbed his
This
feet.
man is manipulating women into rubbing his damn goblin feet.
God.
It's not manipulation. It's genius.
Because the print.
Wait, where is this session gone?
Wait, Shorty, did I have to rub his feet for him to help me with the daggers?
So yes.
Yeah.
You better say yes.
Just once. It was really awkward.
Yeah, the plate mail kind of didn't feel right.
All right, well, you like what you like, Athira, so, I can,
If it
I will help
makes
you
you
out.
feel
He's
better.
right across the hall. Ava opens the door.
Where?
Okay, I lied. I just needed to make you stop asking.
Okay, if it makes you feel better, Thera, I think you both are cute. There, you cutie patooties.
It's just like, I'll go with Athira and be more convincing.
Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome. Now where's my I'm cute? Oh, Gwen, you're cute too. Whoa, your horns, very pretty.
Your scales are
Your
very
teeth,
pretty.
gorgeous.
Your, what color?
Your feet out.
They're blue.
You have blue eyes and blue scales.
You didn't have to bring my feet into this, Athera. I'm sorry they don't make shoes for me here.
I'm sure Thatch would. You just rub his feet, he fixes up yours.
I don't know if I want shoes from Thatch.
I think he could put inside of it, he could put massagers,
He'll
He
end
could
up he'll
foot
end up
massage
putting,
while you
some
walk.
fucking rockets on the heels or some shit. Okay, I'm not. No.
Right.
Other than that, he's a good friend though.
Yeah, he made me a grenade one time.
Whatever that is, cool.
Yeah, we should find out. I don't really know what it does. I could just throw it and we could see what it does.
here.
Yeah, let's do it. Just kidding. I think it would hurt. And Athera has already been burned once. So.
Yeah, I try to keep one burning a day. Ideally a week, but this week has been nuts.
Tell me about it. And she's just going to down the wine shots and then lay on her bed.
Is it nuts because he let her turn into a squirrel?
Wow.
Wow. That's yes. Good job, Quinn.
Yeah.
All right. With that, the
My
semester-
constitution, see?
Yes, the semester starts to come to a close. Let's wrap this up. You guys finish out the slumber party. Glenn, you wake up. Give me another con save. You have advantage, but the DC is 16.
Oh. No.
Oh,
Is that
too much wine. Too much wine.
both that one?
I already rolled damage. Glenn, you take 6 more damage, and remember that this can't be healed. So you already took the 1. Your max HP is reduced by 7 right now.
Oh.
No.
Give me another check, and I'll keep track of your successes.
Oh, God.
Come on, bud.
12.
12 with advantage.
Yeah.
That's another 6 damage. What's it looking like?
36.
The next day. Let's do it.
Marvin, you got it.
16.
That's a success.
Let's go.
That's 1.
Our summer mission is going to be to resurrect Gwen.
Okay, Gwen has 1 success. You spend a couple of days you wake up coughing and a little bit of that algae comes out with some blood in it. And then one of the days you're able to scratch it just right and you get some out. And you feel a little bit better. Give me the next day.
Okay.
You have to have 7 successes.
Oh.
Exactly what you should feel like.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
You know what? I'll count that for 2. That's 2 successes.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Okay. You're feeling so much better. You're like, I got the swing of things now. I'm doing great. Go ahead, give me another one.
18.
That's 4 successes. Gwen's on the mend. She's doing great.
I'm on the end.
You're going
Don't
around
jinx me right now.
practicing
Don't jinx me right now.
you're hunting. Give me the 5th. Come on, give me the 5th.
17.
Hey.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. You're close to the end zone here.
No. No.
Okay. That's another 6 damage.
I
What is
You're still at 5. You're at like, what, 30 health now? Go ahead, give me another one.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
No, that's another 6 damage. I
was so dying.
Oh, 74. Okay.
19.
Okay,
Oh.
that's a success.
I can't tell if Shorty wants you to fail or not.
15.
That's
No.
another 4 damage. That's 20 health total. You're at less than half.
$19.
Wow.
7 successes. Let's go.
Okay.
My word.
Gwen, you spend like in total like 2 to 2.5 weeks in recovery for this. This algae is terrible. You end up like coughing it out every single morning until the point where like you wake up one morning and you just have like a chunk come out of your throat. It like feels so gross. It's super acidic and like it almost feels like when you get lemon juice like in a cut, all in your throat. But you get it out, it's done, you're fine, you're on the mend, but you're gonna have some like minor lasting health detriments. Like you're gonna have like a cough for a little bit, you're gonna feel a little bad, but you're okay. You made the saves. You're fine. You're just gonna sound like me right now. Okay, I have one last thing before we leave. Lucian,
Yes.
before the end of the semester, you get a visitor to the school. Your mom shows up. She comes in. She meets you in the cast building. You know, Mr. Green goes and finds you, and he's like, "Hey, your mom's here to see you. She's in the East Cast building right now. She wanted to deliver some gifts to you personally, and she wants to talk to you. So you can just head down there, talk to her. Casual, easy." So you go down, you go to meet your mom, and she is a little nervous or on edge. Her cheeks are a little flushed. She's like tapping her leg. She's a very like business-minded woman. You've never seen her anything less than like stoic. You come in, she stands up being super polite. She's wearing like a very formal dress. And she greets you and she's like, "Lucian, dear, it is great to see you. I'm glad you are doing well. Please come sit." And she guides you into like one of the little side rooms in the cast building. She sits you down and she's like, "How is school? Are you doing everything well? Passing all of your classes?"
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yes, I'm passing everything. Really. You don't want to come to see me. What's going on?
Well, I'm glad that you've been visiting home a couple times through the semester. Now that we've, gotten that established, that you can come home and be welcome at any point. But I fear I may have to rescind that offer to you. Here, she takes and she has like 3 little boxes that it's almost like the Christmas gift boxes that are like really thin and weak, and they usually hold like sweaters and clothes in them. Just 3 of them on the table. And she says, "I am bringing these to you because Your father, he works on the political side of the city.
Mm-hmm.
He and I decided that for the time being, it might be best if you stop visiting home. You can tell that she's very upset saying this, but she uncovers the first of the boxes, and you see this super ornate and detailed, but very defensive robe. It is like a dark gray with these electric blue ornate details on it. You would recognize it. This is the robe of the magical guard in a Valen run, and the guard and the military force are the same thing. But she opens it up and she says, Valen run is supposedly, from what your father believes, preparing for something. The details are amiss to even myself, but you know how much the city prioritizes, education, the academy, getting students in, learning magic, and letting them read books and study and practice research, all of those things.
Yeah, it's open to everyone.
Yes, well, the majority of those students have been pulled and recruited into the Magyar, the Sentinels, the Armage is growing in force, and I think you can understand what that means. I was given this by one of the professors at the academy to deliver to you. Basically to say that if you do return home, it should probably be wearing these robes.
You said there's a conscription. Mages.
Yes. Any capable mages in Valenrun are being brought up and trained to fight. I don't know what, but it's something.
Okay.
But I brought you another 2 gifts that you are willing to keep.
Is the only reason I'm not being kept from this was because of your position?
No, it's because you're at the school. You are not in the city. You don't technically reside there full time, so it is not politically acceptable to recruit you while you study here. But those who study in Valenrun and those who live in Valenrun, those who come into Valenrun who stay there, they are being recruited and conscripted into the Armage.
So any friends I had back in my hometown are being forced to fight against who or against what?
We are not sure. Your father says he does not know, and I trust him, but it could also be classified information. But if you do not wish to keep this, I will take it back, and I will return the gift, and it is a polite gesture. But I have 2 for you that I think, if you don't come back home for a while, they might be of some assistance to you.
I can't fight against anyone.
Well, that's what the training is for. You're a capable mage. They know that. Any students here who have not flunked out be given the same grace.
Flunked out.
You're still here, aren't you?
Who?
It means you show promise and talent. She sets that box aside. She opens up the other 2. You see 2 other ones. The first one is a really nice, it almost looks decorative. It's like a dark, dark blue robe with some silver constellations and star patterns along the outside and inside. They're very faint, but if you look close enough, you can see them threaded in.
Yeah.
She slides this across to you and she says, This, I think, will fit you quite well. But the other, and she slides the other box in front of you, and this one has it almost looks like carbon fiber, like that sort of weaved pattern with this charcoal gray, tight-fitting defensive robe.
But
She slides it to you and she says, I think if your father is correct and we have things to prepare for and worry about, that you might appreciate having something like this as well. But the shift weave armor, she points at the robes that the city guard wear. That is, you can take it and keep it. It is a gift from one person to you, or you can return it as a sign of your refusal. But regardless, if you do come back to Valenrun, your father thinks that you will be required to sign on with the Magyar.
who are we fighting against?
I don't know.
Because any people you have to tell what's going on, you have to tell us what we're fighting against. That's what we're going to do it.
Apparently not.
Something's changed, right?
Yes, something.
What's changed?
I don't know. All I know is your father has told me that politics are high-strung at the moment, and erudites from the academy are being recruited into the military force where they clearly don't belong. And those two things can't be a coincidence at the same time. Diplomats have been sent out to the other 6 kingdoms. We have not gotten any sort of information, but
How can you expect people to fight against someone they don't understand of?
I have the same questions, Lucian. You're a lot like myself in that regard.
Why are you here?
I am here to let you know that I care for you so, so deeply. But it's because I care for you that I'm going to ask you not to come home, because I know you do not want to fight.
If I knew who I was, if I was fighting against, I can help the people that are fighting against them. But if I don't know what I'm fighting against, what can I do? You can't put me in this position.
Lucian, I'm not putting you in any position.
Yes, you are.
I'm giving you a warning.
Not to return.
I wish it could be different. But yes, if you come back home, they are pulling every capable mage into the military force, into the Homage. And I don't want you to be forced to do something that you don't want to do.
I won't.
Now, if you do decide to fight of your own volition,
I won't fight.
if you can keep these 3 gifts, but if you want to attempt to send a message to Madame Seravi, I will return the robe that she graciously offered you.
I was there for a different thing. But thank you. Thank you for wanting me.
Of course, your father and I will
Let's
do
go to
it.
consume. Yeah, same.
We will continue to write you. And if you do happen to return home,
I won't. It's it.
well,
If I return after fight, I won't return.
all I will tell you is you are a very capable mage, and
Is father in danger?
no, your father and I will be fine. The majority of the people they are recruiting are young and malleable.
Valuable?
Young people are willing to fight for something they don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But listen, she
Great.
grabs your hands and she holds them very tight. She looks at you in the eye. She says, I know you were capable. I raised you myself to be so.
Yep.
I think that you can do anything you set your mind to. And if I were in the walls of the city, I wouldn't dare speak it, but if that means coming to visit home and avoiding whatever is brewing in the city, I think you could do that. You've done it before. You came home, your friend was disguised. You flew to Cloudspire.
Did it? We didn't mean any harm, but
I know, and I know you do not. But if it is what I think it is, you are welcome at our home at any point. I hope that you know that. And I hope that you use your talents to find a way to subvert the requirements of the throne in our city.
don't know what's happening. Honestly, I don't. If I've made any effect on the world until like that, I'm very sorry, but
It's not
you
you.
can't fight against it.
It's the city. Your father thinks recruiting mages and students and diplomatic tensions in other cities, he thinks that there is some sort of war brewing. But luckily, Valenrun is just one of 7, and if the other 6 do not agree, then the best we can do, or the worst we can do, is to prepare.
If it's preparation for war, then I can't be involved. Does
I know.
that leave them then? If it's preparation for anything that's violent, I can't be involved.
I know, which is why I came here to warn you.
What's your warning? I can't return home.
The warning is that if you return home and you are spotted, as you are, by someone who recognizes you, that they know you live here and attend the school through the year, that they might find you ripe fruit for picking for this recruitment.
Yeah, no. Yeah. I won't do it in any case, but hopefully they won't find me.
They won't go searching outside of Valenrun, though you are free to explore as you might. So out of sight, your ventures to Cloudspire, I don't even think they would look there.
Next destination. Are you safe?
I should be fine.
You're safe.
No need to worry about me. She goes to stand up and she closes the box and scoots them towards you, kind of hesitating on that first box that she opened, the robes of the military, essentially. And she kind of goes to grab it, kind of leaves it. She says, well, continue to write. There's no harm in that, right?
I don't know. At this point,
I hope to see some version of you in the near future. And she gives you a little bit of a wink and pulls you in a little bit for a hug, and then gives you a nod. With that, she exits the room. All right. Whoa.
Sorry. My bad.
great business.
Sorry.
All right. Lucy,
I take it back.
in the other time through the semester, you could easily cast Identify. Do you want to know what these different robes do?
Yeah.
Okay. The first one, again, the Magyar are the magic military force of Valenrun. They are like the mage force that it has, like the battle mages.
Mhm.
This robe is for the sort of like lower or entry level mages. It's called Shift Weave Armor. It lets you swap the armor between 4 different forms. No matter what, your armor class is 10 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. So yours would be intelligence. The 4 versions are your AC is increased by 3, but your speed is halved. The second is you gain resistance to force damage and 1 other damage of your choice. Offensive Specialist, which gives you a +2 bonus to spell attack rolls, and your movement's increased by 5, but your AC is reduced by 3. And then Guise of Shadows is the 4th form, which lets you add your intelligence modifier to stealth checks and move silently, but you cannot speak while you have that form active. And you can swap between them using any level spell slot.
Oops.
The second, the one that your mom custom ordered for you that she thought was fitting, it is called the Farlight Cuirass. It has depictions of stars all across it. It grants a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws, and it has 7 charges, and you also know the guidance cantrip while you're attuned to it. It has 3 abilities. The first one is while you're attuned to it, you have 60 feet of dark vision. And if you already had dark vision, it just adds to it. The second one is as a bonus action, you can use one of the 7 charges to like shoot off a star from the armor to heal the ally for 2d4 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Oh,
After you heal them, they are under the effect of the bless spell equal to a number, or for a number of rounds equal to the number of charges spent. So if you only spend 1, it's for 1 round. If it's 3 charges, it's 3 rounds.
Nice.
And then the last one is Orion's Bane, which is you can, instead of targeting an ally, target an enemy, shoot a star at them. They take 2d4 plus your spellcasting modifier of damage per charge. And if they get hit with it, they are under the effect of the Bane spell for the same amount of time as the other one.
Nice.
So that's the first one. The second one is called the Magi's Cross-Threaded Robe. This is the one that looks like, what is that called? Oh my God, I forgot. It looks, I used to have it on my phone. I forgot what it's called. Carbon fiber. That's what it is. While you're wearing this and attuned to it, you have a +1 to armor class. And you can use the following abilities. 1 is magical resistance. When you receive damage from a spell, you can use your reaction to expend a number of spell slots to negate a total number of damage equal to 5 times the level of spell slot spent. So a second level spell slot negates 10 points of damage. 2, superior concentration. When you take damage and have to make a concentration check, you can spend extra spell slots to give yourself a bonus to the con save. And that number is equal to the level of spell slot spent -1. So you can use the second level spell slot to grant yourself a +1 to the roll after you make it.
Great.
So I'll send these to you. You can add them to your
please.
and then you can just have these, but obviously you can only wear one at a time. And the one that you choose to wear might be a little telling of how Lucian's feeling and whether or not he is sticking with his pacifistic ways or not.
It's good.
Fuck.
Okay.
With that being said, the last things that happen as the year rolls out is graduation comes along. There is a finals week, but Loomis comes up to you guys and he's like, hey, you guys solved a big problem at the school and nobody died. It's pretty great. If you don't want to take finals, you don't have to.
Okay. Cool.
Miles.
Well, if you guys want a mission, obviously we're going to have plenty, but don't worry about it. So, no worry about finals. You guys all get an A. You're going to pass. Don't even stress. Have fun at graduation.
I look very disappointed. Like,
Gives the wink, teleports off. He's out. Thatch celebrates his birthday before finals week. He throws a little party for it. Has a great day.
Everybody rubs his feet.
Everybody rubs his feet, of course. And
He's a
then
con man.
graduation comes around. So with that being said, a lot of the fourth years leave. Some of them might come back as professors, who knows? But a good number of the third years leave. You guys aren't really sure who are going to be the paragons next year, so who's coming back for that fourth year. But a lot of them graduate and leave. You see Tara and Taz giving each other like a very emotional goodbye hug as he celebrates graduation. Their parents are there, and they all go back home for the summer. Well, with that, the semester comes to an end. All of your friends cheer. They give goodbyes and tell each other that they'll see you next year. Beatrice tells you guys that you can come visit home whenever. Rosari's, after you gave Cyvic that little talk, he goes up to you guys and he's like, hey, I extended it to Kata, but if you guys ever want to come visit Havix, I will gladly host you. It is a fantastic city, and we have more rooms than we need, so feel free to stop by.
All right.
now,
I'm kind of giving this because I'm scared, but please say no. You're fine. And he walks away.
we're gonna go there.
He should have just not said anything in the first place.
Kata forced him.
The fuck?
All right. Well, with that, we will wrap up this semester. We will pick up next session, maybe doing some small group stuff over the summer. But the next time that we meet, it'll be over the summer, and then eventually we'll pick back up with the next school year.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sweet. All right. Well, it is an hour past when we're supposed to end, so
Uh-oh.
let's get off and go to bed. I am the worst at assuming how long stuff is going to take, but we had a lot of fun.
Hour and a half. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. All right. Well, we're going to get on out of here. 2 people have already dipped. I'm just seeing character art right now. We will see you guys in the next episode.
Tired.
let's see.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
Bye.